All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is Wednesday, September 4th. It is 10:02 a.m. Please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis. Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall. Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Vice Chair Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
All right, please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we give you thanks for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. Bless now all those who are assembled. We ask now that you watch over our leaders, give them your strength and direction. It is your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
On page 2, consent agenda. 240548, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
Any items on the consent agenda? Commissioners, any items? In the absence, motion to adopt the consent agenda as it's printed, to adopt by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Bridget Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 4 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, first regular meeting agenda. We have one item to be added to today's meeting. 240579, discussion, Sheriff's Office outstanding invoices, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Okay, to add an item that requires a supermajority of 5, we only have 4, so we'll take that up at a later time in the meeting. That has to be added today.
What's the urgency?
Huh?
The urgency?
Yeah, you got some bills that have to be paid. Continue.
240564, adoption of the first regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have one amendment. On page 9, Commissioner Thorne has requested to remove her item 240577, election monitors.
All right, anything else on the regular agenda? All right, the motion, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the regular agenda as amended. Motion to adopt by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. And remember, we will need to add that one item, which requires a supermajority vote. As what? Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 5 yeas, 0 nays. 240565, ratification of minutes. First regular meeting minutes, August 7th. Second regular meeting post-agenda minutes, August 21st, 2024.
All right, motion to adopt by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 5 yeas, 0 nays. 240566, presentation of proclamations and certificates. Proclamation recognizing Recovery Month, sponsored by Commissioner Ellis and Chairman Pitts.
doing? Hello.
Good morning, good morning.
Is Latrina? Are you going to speak?
Good morning.
I have a meeting, so I'm filling in for him. Sorry. So today we're going to celebrate Recovery Month with our awesome behavioral health department that's up here today. Whereas behavioral health is an essential part of health and one's overall wellness and recovery from alcohol and other drug use occurs every day through a variety of recovery support resources and treatment programs. And whereas millions of people across the United States are in long-term recovery, living happy, healthy, and productive lives, in 2024's Recovery Month theme, recovery is for everyone, every person, every family, every community. The permanent tagline for Recovery Month moving forward and work continues to educate others about substance abuse disorders and co-occurring disorders, the effectiveness of treatment and recovery services, and that recovery is possible. And whereas education about recovery and addiction is essential to combating the stigma and discrimination faced by people in recovery and is needed by all Georgians, including public health and safety officials, the workforce, older adults, and families. And whereas Recovery Month celebrates the gains made by those in recovery, just as we celebrate health improvements made by those who are managing other health conditions, this observance reinforces the positive message that behavioral health is essential to overall health. Prevention works, treatment is effective, and people can and do recover. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners calls upon its citizens to observe National Recovery Month and support the 2024 theme of recovery is for everyone, every person, every family, every community, and does hereby proclaim September 2024 as Recovery Month in Fulton County, Georgia. Thanks.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Commissioner Thorne, to Chairman Pitts and the entire Board of Commissioners. On behalf of Fulton County Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, as well as our Director, Latrina Foster, we thank you for proclaiming Recovery Month in Fulton County during this month of September. As we know, hope is possible for those that are undergoing addiction as well as mental illness. And we encourage and we applaud those individuals that are strong enough to overcome their obstacles and challenges so that they can recover. As we know, if individuals recover, that means that families are recovering as well as communities. Thank you.
Continue, please.
Continuing on page 6, public hearings, 240567, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing, registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 60 minutes. In the event the 60-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we'll start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 13 speaker cards. Will the first 5 speakers please come down? Reverend Joseph Williams, Norris Tuggle, L.A. Pink, Mike Russell, and Cheryl Pettit.
All right, speakers, when you have 15 seconds remaining, I'll say 15 seconds, and that's your clue to begin to terminate your remarks, to conclude your remarks. First speaker.
Good morning, Commissioner. I'm here with South Training Center, and we have been trying to get a location for our children, and we've been put off and put off. Now, I was here before, and I told you that God loved all of us. And Jesus said, as you do it to the least of us, you do it unto me. So when you don't give facilities for the South Training Center, and I'm the president of the Parents Teachers Group, and I advocate for them. We're supposed to be getting a place on Fairburn Road, and nothing is being done. Now, Ms. Foster is over this project. And I am, and all the other parents are displeased with what she is doing. We've been held up way before the pandemic. They closed our center down, put us over there with Central, packed us in there. Thought we was going to accept and be pleased with it, but we are not pleased with it. We cannot advance. We cannot take on more clients, and our teachers cannot progress because we are not have the place to do it. So I'm complaining about it to you and Ms. Foster.
Wait, 15 seconds.
Thank you.
I'm a member of South Training Center, Parents Teacher Group. I have a special needs son, and he's nonverbal, autistic, so I'm his voice. And I would just like to say, what is the status of our center? Ms. Foster has told us time and time again, she come to our meetings, and she tell us fairy tales. But to be real, it's lies. Either you're going to do something or you're not. I'm a taxpayer. And it don't make a difference that we have to come down here and ask for something when it should be done. Level the playing field. My son is disabled, nonverbal. Level the playing field. She said that they was going to do the West Mental Health in the first quarter. It's the fourth quarter now with 2 minutes left. And y'all still have the ball. As I close, I'd just like to say Proverbs 3, verse 27, 28. Withhold not good from those who it do, when it's in the power of your hand to do it. Say not to thy neighbor, go and come again, and tomorrow I will give, when it's in the power of your hand to do it. Blessing be to you and your family as well as me and my family.
Who is Ms. Foster? Who is?
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Pettit, and I'm a participant from Mills Center. And my concern is why for the fall session rather, that we will be denied art classes instead of, I don't understand why you take the art teachers from 3 centers to accommodate 1 center at Benson, and why, if that art teacher has been gone for over a year, why you have not filled that position, and it takes away from our mental and physical health by not being able to have these classes. I yield.
Hi, my name is Leslie White. I have tremors, so that's why I'm talking like this. But I agree with her. That takes away from us. We won't have an art teacher for that day.
For a whole
For the fall session. I don't think it's fair. You know, that's the class that I signed up for.
And we'd like to know why the position hasn't been filled.
Right.
It's been vacant for over a year.
Right.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So first, I just want to start it off by giving thanks to Mo Ivory for stepping up and being the leader and the new commissioner that she is for Mechanicville. There was 10 people shot, and she came and showed love to the community, and that's what the community needs right now, a real leader. So we thank her for coming out. And the next thing I want to do is address the Board of Commissioners. When are y'all going to continue? Why are y'all continuing to allow Sheriff LaButte to be the pimp and run this trap house over here that is supposed to be a jail? When? And why hasn't this stopped? When these officers walked off of the job from not being paid millions of dollars, and they had told him that they were going to do this, and then he pulled this stunt with having all of these officers arrested and all of these little things him and Mark Winning got going on. Mark Winning is helping him as well. I feel like he's part of this trap house somehow, some way. We went from a dig in a hole of a wall. We went from an officer having sex with an inmate with 5 shanks to now we got 1 million shanks. We got drugs out of this. We got all kinds of stuff going on in this trap house that was supposed to be a jail. So as these officers walked out of this jail, there was a riot that broke out that nobody has spoke about. Nobody has said anything. One of our inmates was even stabbed in the face, was not taken to the hospital, was not anything done. I need answers. I need to know why this is continuous to happen. Pitts, you own it.
15 seconds.
Khadijah, you own it. Y'all are on it. Y'all been on it. Let's take this man out. We need Charles Rambo in. We need somebody in. I don't care at this point who it is. But we do have Charles Rambo running as a write-in. We need him out today.
My name is Mike Russell, and I'm once again calling for a forensic audit and full investigation into the Sheriff's Department and the DA. I don't understand why it hasn't happened. If you're afraid that you're not going to get 4 votes, just call for a vote and see who's on the side of the people and on the side of right and who's on the side of Sheriff LaButte and Fonnie Willis. Just call for a vote to have this investigation and audit. 2 Sundays ago, we were down at the Fulton County Jail, commonly referred to as the Fulton County Trap House, and we met 2 young men who were being released. One of them was homeless, but he works full-time. And the officers confiscated everything he owned in his backpack, and he was so worried he couldn't call his employer to get back to work. I don't know what happened to the young man because he wouldn't take my offer of help. The second young man, I took him to get some food and something to drink because he said the food in the jail was horrible, and I took him home. In the course of all that, he told me as he was leaving the jail that morning, he could smell weed, reefer, throughout the entire Fulton County Jail. Now tell me why that is not a trap house. There needs to be an investigation. This has gone on far too long. And for the so-called city leaders outside of this room, you have a rude awakening coming. Because I think when the World Cup comes, I can imagine a split screen with the Trap House and Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And which one is the world going to pay more attention to if there's another serious incident in that jail during the World Cup? You're playing with fire and the reputation of this city, this county, and this state and our nation. It needs to be cleaned up now. We
15
need
seconds.
a vote this morning. Be on the record. Where do you stand? And the last thing I'll say, all the lives that have been lost in the jail, the black lives, do those black lives matter? Let us know with your vote.
Next 5 speakers, please come forward. Leslie White, Paul Hershey, John T. Fisher, Janet Hill, and Maria Guardia.
Just a minute, Miss White, just a minute, Miss Leslie White. All right. Mr. Hershey?
Did you take the motion to monitor off the table?
Mr. Hershey, you have 2 minutes.
Did you take the motion to move off well, let's forget it then. The Fulton County Board of Elections hasn't set up a protocol, is lacking in direction, is lacking in everything. And they report to you. They don't report to him, the general manager, they report to you. You appoint them. Now, the State Board of Elections has come out and said because of 144 issues, they want to monitor. Well, the monitor that you're looking at is basically tainted, hasn't been researched, hasn't been vetted, and was on the call with Trump. So there's a problem there. The Fulton County Board of Elections needs cleaning up, and I would suggest that Bridget Thorne, Commissioner, who knows a lot about the elections, really step in and help them or get them straight. The second thing is the jail. The jail is a disaster. You've got crack, you got marijuana, you got everything going. You've got a sheriff that has violated probably 4 contracts. You're going to have a lawsuit from that security company because he turned around and hired people supposedly with benefits, and he didn't pay them for 3 months. And why didn't anybody sitting up there know that? This is absolutely ridiculous. He should be vented, he should be removed, and you guys should be starting the process. And I know you don't have the final word. But the bottom line is, start doing something. And the last thing is this. I would make a motion that Commissioner Arrington recuse himself on any amount of voting for money for the sheriff and for the DA. Why? There's an appearance of a conflict of interest.
15 seconds.
Period. He's taken him to festivals and everything else, and we got all this going on. There is a conflict.
Good morning. My name is John Fisher, Georgia Coalition for Fair Housing and Justice, but I'm also a member of the Presidential Financial Task Force on Fraud. And what I'm presenting to you is the process that you have a tremendous problem in the state of Georgia, especially in Fulton and DeKalb County, with houses being illegally foreclosed. We call it mortgage identity theft with the process. So what I'm telling you here this morning is nothing but I want you to understand this. When this list hits the news within the next 2 weeks or so, do not be shocked and surprised with the officials, the judges, the lawyers' names that we identified. We have people in this county whose house was foreclosed on 34 times, and it never shows up on the foreclosure. Okay, and it's a process. Don't want anybody to be alarmed whatsoever when they see names on there in the process of how houses were stolen. documents that have been never signed by a judge or anything else when the sheriff is knocking on the door to put you out of a house that's paid for. You got people 94, 95 years of age being put out of their homes. Now, we have been, this force, I've been on this task force since 2010. We have been monitoring this situation in the process. The state of Georgia got $842 million to resolve its foreclosure issue, and most of the houses are in Fulton and DeKalb. So when you start seeing these judges' names and all these kind of things in the process, do not be shocked, because it's coming. You have a tremendous problem. And it's just not just in the state of Georgia, it's all over the nation, but you're stealing homes. Mortgage identity theft, victims of mortgage identity theft are statutorily entitled to compensation.
15 seconds.
And that is 18 United States Code 3663, paragraph B. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Janet Hill. I'm just coming again to talk about the issue of deed fraud. On April 11, 2024, Shay Alexander affirmed deed fraud is a crisis. Since that time, judges and associates with Fulton County government have unlawfully intervened to prevent criminals from being held accountable for their crimes, admitted crimes. You are all also accountable for these crimes. This is an additional demand, respectfully, to resolve this issue of admitted crimes in Fulton County. I yield the balance of my time today for you to reflect on your responsibility to resolve these crimes that impact largely seniors, minorities, and women in these communities. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Maria Gaudio, Fulton County. Between the jail, the deed fraud, the election fraud, I could not have said anything better than last 6 speakers. But I'd like to add a little bit more about the proposed contract for the monitors. This contract is a 4-page contract that doesn't look substantial enough. It just doesn't indicate the what's, the how's, or the when's. When are they going to, how are they going to determine outcomes? When is that going to be delivered? What are the other deliverables? This is really a sparse contract, and I'm wondering if it has even been reviewed by Sue Jo. I didn't see her signature or the SEB. The SEB did not sign off on this. This is some kind of preemptive way to bypass the SEB. Ryan Germany has already failed. He's been legal counsel for Raffensperger, and he's been obviously seen as an obstructionist. He has no business on this $100,000 contract between him and the Carter Center, whose forte seems to be other international election meddling of 130 countries. We don't need them here. Unfortunately, they are located here. But this contract hasn't been properly vetted through the SEB, and there were already monitors who were who were suggested by the SEB, and those need to be considered by our own BRE. The sequence of authorization of the contract is not correct.
Here, 15 seconds, ma'am.
The temp agency that previously Ryan Germany and other Carter Jones had indicated were.
Last three speakers in Assembly Hall, please come forward. Wanda Chapman, Reverend Secret White, and Reverend Carmen Brown.
My name is Wanda Chapman, and I attend the Helene Mills Senior Center. I came here with other participants at the Helene Mills Center, and we have put together a petition because we were concerned about the changes that are causing disruptions in our center. Can I read what we say? Okay, I'll read it to you. It says, "We, the undersigned, are either taking or have taken numerous art classes with Nicole at Helene's Mills Multipurpose Center. We hold her in high regard and always look forward to exploring new techniques in her classes. It's been brought to our attention that some of her art classes have been postponed because she's been asked to teach at the Sandy Springs facility. This news comes as a total and sudden surprise. We wish to voice our discontent with this action. We value Nicole highly and would like her to continue teaching her art courses here at Helene Mills as long as she can. And I want to say that I've been going there for 2 years. 2 years, been taking jewelry making, ceramics, art classes. She puts on an amazing art show every year that showcases our work. And us senior citizens, you know, we're old, but a lot of us are turning into really good artists as a result of Nicole's coaching and help. She's very sensitive. She listens. We're all very forgetful. She doesn't berate us. She always welcomes us. She knows us all by name, and she encourages us, and she helps us. And so we want to keep her at our facility. Now, what's been going on in the past is they've been moving, Fulton has been moving to
15 seconds.
Okay, they've been moving different teachers around to different facilities, and it's inconvenient, and we're not happy with it, and we would like to keep her there and not move her somewhere like she's moving the other people. Okay. That's it.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Reverend Siegfried White, founder and CEO of Concerned Dads, Inc. As you know, it's time for the sheriff to resign. As you know, all this corruption that's going on, able to bring drugs into the jail cell, able to bring telephones, people being indicted. Sheriff Rambo, it's time. And I'm praying that the sheriff will resign. I'm praying that Sheriff Rambo will be our next sheriff. People are dying. We're talking about a mansion for a mayor. Where's the money coming from? What about the homeless people? You may be aware in my district where I'll be at Gateway Center on Pryor Street, you may have heard again, a homeless person, Ayrton, jumped from the bridge and committed suicide. Homeless. We need to address that situation. We need to address the jail situation. People are dying, giving money, throwing money away because people do not know how to manage money. The jail situation is a management problem. need to know how to manage the money. You all have been giving money, but the money has been wasted.
15 seconds.
I am tired. We are tired. I know you all should be tired of money, throwing money to wrong places. Help Reverend White work with the homeless. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Reverend Carmen Brown. I came before you this morning because I thought the meeting was starting late and I thought you were slipping on your etiquette. I just wanted you to remain strong in your presence in what you do for Fulton County, for the state of Georgia. But I also want to say, if Kamala Harris can say, Kamala Harris, for the people, I want you all to take up that mantra as well, for the people. Give the people some relief, some recovery, because we come down here to ask for relief and recovery. And you, as our elected officials, we expect relief and recovery. From the housing fraud to the situations going on with the jail, we know that you can't handle everyone's personal situation, but collectively for the people, work for the people, and the respect that you are seeking or that you need will come from the people when they feel like you support them. We have supported you with a vote to come in here and do the work for the people. So the people need you to do the work. The people are tired. The people are fed up. And the people are moving to other avenues that will express that we need to do something different. So don't have to be voted out of office because you have worked diligently for this county. But you can do more.
15 seconds.
You can give people relief. You can give them the help that they need. All of these organizations that are up and running because of funding sources from Fulton County and second and third party funding sources, they are there. So help the people. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 4 speakers on Zoom.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Kevin Muldowney. Kevin Muldowney.
Good morning, Commissioners. Agenda item 240568, the $99,000 proposed election monitoring contract, makes no sense at all. This contract specifies that work will commence in August of 24 with the final report November 24. As most of you realize, we're into the month of September, first deadline missed. Some of the personnel involved is a bit of a head scratcher. Ryan Germany was involved in the 2020 debacle and obstructed transparency with the Secretary of State's office. He was a protector of the ill-fated election superintendent, Rick Barron. Barron was finally fired when the results of the Carter Jones report came out. Carter Jones is part of the proposed monitoring team as well. The same Carter Jones that reported that temp workers were that we still heavily rely on today were ill-motivated and for the most part just didn't care. You didn't listen to him then, why would now be any different? The Carter Center is also part of the proposal. We used them in the 2022 election. Their employees had a reputation of just sitting around and not doing much. They signed off on the election, and the election had to be recertified due to incomplete results. The real kicker in this proposal is that the SEB 2023025 has not been resolved at all. Anyone paying attention knows that at the last State of Election Board meeting, 23025 had been reopened and an investigation has been ordered. Could that be why the SEB hasn't proposed a monitoring team or even signed off on this document? This is more than enough to make this proposal null and void. This is a real case of putting the cart before the horse. Please stop the madness. Thank you very much.
The next person to speak is Matt Rowanzak.
Good morning, Commissioners. I want to share with you the improper and inadequate nature of Agenda Item 24-0568, which is in regards to the potential monitoring team for Fulton County elections. First of all, the potential for a monitoring team originated from the State Elections Board due to the election violations discovered from 2020. They are in the middle of discussing whether or not a monitoring team will be implemented. So why is the county initiating this costly measure? The same county where the issues occurred in the first place. Secondly, the agenda item is not correct. It references SEB 2023-025 being resolved with a reprimand. That is not correct. The board is still in discussion on this item. Thirdly, what if the state election board approves a separate monitoring team? In that case, the county will have then imposed $200,000 unnecessarily on Fulton taxpayers. Fourthly, the content of the proposal is inadequate. We have almost the same individuals who have previously audited Fulton County. As an example, we have Carter Jones, who told us that workers hired through temp agencies lacked competency and motivation, yet we're still using temp agencies. So Fulton taxpayers are paying for another audit to realize the same recommendations to then do nothing about it. Finally, the attached proposal says the work will be conducted for 4 months beginning in August. We're now in September. So Fulton County taxpayers are now having to foot the bill for the original cost of $100,000, which was 4 months of work and now is for less than 3 months of work. Make it make sense, Commissioners. The Fulton County Election Board seems to be ramming an item through that is so clearly improper, inappropriate,
15
and
seconds.
inadequate. I recommend you reject this item until the State Election Board has made its decision. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Lucia Frazier.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm echoing the same comments about the current proposal of the Fulton Election Monitor Team. It has not been approved by the SCB. I was at the last meeting where they have not agreed on this current list. It was not even created by the whole SCB. The SCB is bipartisan, and they do have a plan to create a bipartisan group of people coming, and a group of people that's non-corrupt. The team needs to have 100% election integrity champions who have shown honesty. And it needs to have a strong mix of people with strong professional backgrounds. And so the current team, as you've heard, has dishonest members. So please hold this vote until you actually get the final list that's approved by the SCB. Also, I just want to mention that I'm really disappointed about not passing a rollback millage rate that would have kept our taxes level. There is still so much money waste in so many departments. And just to give you one example, in the elections department, they buy those little memory cards. They pay like $50 a memory card. Very, very expensive. And they could be up to $5 each. So this is just one example of items that we could be reducing costs, saving money in many places in the departments, and helping give that back to the taxpayers so we can spend it the way we want to. Thank you very much.
The next person to speak is Joseph Sorty.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Joseph Sorty. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Strategic Security Corp., the security contractor that was in contract with the Fulton County Jail and Sheriff Labatt. I'd like to thank you, the board, for being willing to recognize that outstanding invoices and our letter of demand for payment. And it was with a heavy heart that we had to suspend services at the Fulton County Jail and any subsequent challenges it created for the sheriff, the deputies, and those in our care and custody, as we all had a great working relationship with the entire executive staff of the Fulton County Jail. We had made Sheriff Labatt aware of the looming deadline and even offered an amendment to the contract to hold off suspending services. However, received no response due to our numerous requests or any good faith effort to address the situation. Strategic Security remains open to any dialogue and cooperation in order to find a mutually acceptable solution to this challenging situation, and upon resolving it, we can immediately resume services at the jail, assist in restoring law and order, accountability, integrity, as well as a safe environment for those in the care and custody of Fulton County, all doing so at a significant cost savings to the county rather than the sheriff directly hiring additional staff. I thank you all for all our time, and you have the availability to contact me at any time to address this matter.
The next person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, commissioners and staff, and special greetings, fellow citizens. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate and Public Policy Analyst. Thanks for the interest in revitalizing the Commission on Disability Affairs. Melissa Firestone would be smiling. Discounting the dust-up regarding the revisionist minutes of the Housing Authority of Fulton County, the Housing Authority is moving monumentally in the direction of true citizen participation. Its next meeting is Thursday, September 19th at 10 a.m. and is truly open to the public in person and virtually. The Commission on Elder Affairs meets a week from tomorrow, the second Thursday of the month at 11:30 a.m. Board members would be pleasantly surprised if the practice of providing updated board member attendance sheets is resumed for this new board, as was the practice during the days of Dorothy Benson, Helene S. Mills, and Lathandra Murray. Stay tuned.
The next person to speak is Derek Blassingame.
Good morning, Commissioners. Derek Blassingame, or I should say the Honorable Derek Blassingame. Hopefully I don't get disconnected this time or cut off or whatever you all did the last time I attempted to join your meeting. I want to talk about Sheriff Labatt and this termination of the security. Now, during my recent visit to the Fulton County Jail, I think it was August the 27th, where they brought me in, and of course, they wanted my opinion about things. Those security guards, all they do is hand out toilet paper. They sit over in the tower. They don't do any interaction with any of the inmates, and they served absolutely no purpose. So I say terminate the contract, pay our correction officers, pay our deputies to do that job that they were paying that security company to do. Two, how in the hell can the sheriff unilaterally make a hiring decision without it being competitive? All jobs in Fulton County are competitive. So if he's going to just give jobs away, I want one of those jobs, and he should put me on, because I have just as much experience as any of those security guards being in Fulton County Jail. Three, no executive in this county can just make a decision to tortuously interfere with a contract. There is evident that there is a non-compete agreement in that agreement, and he basically coerced this company to take on this task, train their employees, and pretty much not pay them, and took their employees, and Sheriff Labatt should be ashamed of himself. Number four, the Fulton County Sheriff needs to be investigated for mishandling money from this county. This board has empowered him financially since he's been in office, and he has done nothing but come back and throw you all under the bus and play political shenanigans with the taxpayers' dollars. It's time for Sheriff Labatt to be called to the carpet. Derek Blassingame, the government watchdog.
The last person to speak is Douglas Rule. Douglas Rule. And with that said, that concludes the Zoom public comments.
Thank you. Continue, please.
On page 7, County Manager's items under Open and Responsible Government, 240568, Registration and Elections. Request for approval of a contract in the total amount of $99,600 for monitors for the Fulton County November 2024 election.
So, Mr. Manager, or Ms.
I
Williams?
believe
Ms. Williams?
Nadine Williams and the board chair are coming down, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Ms. Allen, Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Sherry Allen, the Chair of the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections, and we are asking for approval of the monitoring proposal that we have presented from the Ryan Germany team. This is resolving SEB 2023-025. We were issued a reprimand on May 7th, and although the State Election Board does not have legal authority to require monitors, we agreed as part of that resolution and as part of that reprimand to have monitors for the 2024 general election. The agreement said that it was a mutually agreeable triune agreement with the State Election Board, the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections, and the Secretary of State's office. The Secretary of State signed off on the proposal. The Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections on July 11th, after the Secretary of State signed off, also approved the proposal, and then we submitted it to the State Election Board. The State Election Board had, on August 7th, had two proposals before it. Now, we initially had two proposals before us as well. One of the proposals said that instead of the under $100,000, which we requested, because first it was over $200,000. We requested under $100,000 from both, but the second proposal stated that if during their monitoring, they could come back to ask us for more money, and we did not feel that that was fiscally responsible for Fulton County. We sent it to the State Election Board. The State Election Board had a hearing. They listened to Mr. Germany, who spoke for the proposal team. They asked, was that a bipartisan team? He said yes. They listened to another proposal that had never come before us, but asked, was it a bipartisan proposal? They were told no. So we felt that it was best to continue to go with the Germany monitoring team. One of the concerns we had was the reopening of the SEB 2023-025. And on August 19th, the Attorney General issued a public opinion saying that that was administratively final, which is what we believed as well. So we are still trying to work with the State Election Board with regard to monitors. On August 21st, I met with Chairman Verveer. He asked to meet with me, and the State Election Board brought a proposal, but they did not give us any specifics. What was suggested was that each member of the State Election Board provide 2 monitors for Fulton County. There was nothing discussed about what the extent of the agreement would be, nothing discussed about how much it would cost the county, but that is still an open topic. I asked, would the chairman like to come and make a proposal? We had the Carter Center make a proposal at our last hearing. I asked, would Chairman Verveer and the State Election Board like to come and make a proposal, and they declined it. If the State Election Board does come back with something that we can consider, of course we would do so. We felt that time was of the essence, so that's why we were pushing this forward. Our meeting where we approved it was July 11th, so we had already missed a month. We are already starting our election calendar. We started poll worker training yesterday. On the 10th, we will have accuracy and logic testing. And we felt we needed to move forward because the next State Election Board meeting is not until September 20th. If they came with a proposal at September 20th, our next meeting would not be until October 10th, and then that's less than 30 days before the election. We feel that the board feels it's in the best interest of Fulton County to have a monitoring team. And for another second set of eyes, we agree that it should be monitored, but we want to make sure that a monitoring team can get in place and start really working and not just wait until it's early voting and election day.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Barrett, and I seconded the motion to approve. Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, followed by Commissioner Ellis, followed by Commissioner Thorne.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairwoman, first of all, let me thank you for the work that you all are doing. I know we're in political season, and there's political theater. At the end of the day, I've looked at it, I have had conversations, I'm in support of it. I have never known someone to have a problem with monitoring. I think it's a great idea. I appreciate your sentiment in which you said, quote, in the best interest of Fulton County. We would hope that what is in the best interest of Fulton County is what's the best interest of the state as well. We would hope, optimistically. But I would be remiss if I didn't say it disturbs me that we politicize everything. When we are trying to do what is right, we know what was put in place. We know our areas of weakness and strength. And I believe that the Board of Registration and Elections of Fulton County is doing a great job. Are you all perfect? No. But I do believe this monitoring and what you all are trying to do is a step in the right direction. Now, that's my opinion. And I wanted to say it publicly because here again, you have all these different situations, conversations, innuendos, but I want to be openly on record that we have to do what's best for Fulton County, and we hope that's best for the state. So thank you for what you all are doing. Continue to stay above what I call political fodder, and let's try to make sure that we do the things that are best, not for any particular party, but what's best to make sure that we have safe, secure elections and give the citizens of Fulton County the opportunity to vote, the opportunity to vote without interference, and the opportunity to have their say on Election Day. So thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for the work you're doing. I think we've had a couple of really pretty decent election cycles since 2020. This particular matter that's before us, as you said, was sort of a result of the SOS investigation related to 2020, and then this reprimand, and then the agreement that the three parties would agree to monitor, correct?
Yes.
So really, absent this, we probably wouldn't be discussing a monitor, because we've never, this is not a sort of standard practice within the construct of elections. So if I heard you right, there was sort of an agreement between two of the parties, but not the third at this stage. So if we were to enter into an agreement, we technically would not be in compliance with the terms and conditions of the reprimand, I guess, or whichever way you describe it.
What the state election board can do is give the discipline of the reprimand, and that is what they gave.
Right.
It was more or less a gentlewoman's agreement to have monitors, and we wanted to continue in the spirit of that, still trying to work with them to work out this monitoring arrangement without waiting until we were just on the cusp of the election to start the agreement.
Yeah, and I can appreciate the willingness to try to, do our part in this, and and appreciate that perspective. But I guess at the same time, we've got this. We had the third party, the three parties in the agreement. One is not in agreement with the particular monitoring arrangement that we've selected at this stage.
Yes, they told us that we had until July to approve. We approved, the Secretary of State approved. Then they said they would refer us to the Attorney General's office if we didn't have the agreement to work it out. The opinion from the Attorney General came down saying that they could not refer it to the Attorney General's office. We're still trying to work it all out so that all three parties are in agreement.
Yeah, and I appreciate the proactive, desire to do that. But we've lacked to get that agreement consent from the SEB.
Yes, and they also haven't come back to me with any additional. I didn't have names. I didn't have anything. They haven't come back, and I have invited them to, but they have not.
Right. Okay. I understand that, and I think that's important. I guess my concern with all of it is we could proceed down this and we're still coming back and we're having a further discussion because the third party disagrees with this particular approach. And I guess from my vantage point, I mean, we wouldn't be doing this if they didn't issue this, and we're not going to be potentially in compliance with it if we do execute this, and we could be coming back and look at spending more funds. I would rather see us only execute an agreement upon such time as all the parties have agreed to the particular monitor, and to send them a letter and say we're prepared to act. We're waiting on your consent and approval of such. And if we don't receive it, we'll consider our part done because we've made a good faith effort. Otherwise, if we don't hear back from you, we're not proceeding with a monitor because you've not allowed an adequate enough time to be able to execute it. End of story. So I think that there's a responsibility that we need some sort of response back from them and should call upon that before we were to execute a particular agreement. I mean, that's just my personal view in terms of where we stand on this today. So,
Commissioner Thorne.
Hi, thanks for coming down here today, and thank you for all the work you're doing with the board, taking it over kind of in the Super Bowl moment, preparing for the 2024 election. First of all, I want to thank County Manager Dick Anderson for putting this on our agenda item, because my understanding when they first approved, or that was first brought forward, it was a $149,000 expense, and the former chairwoman wanted to get it under 100 so that it didn't come before us, so that we didn't weigh in on it. So I appreciate it being brought forward for discussion. I think that really helps us have some transparency here, that we're not trying to hide, we're not trying to slip monitors in. So I appreciate you for being down here, Ms. Allen, too. I wish I could have met with you prior to this. I like to resolve a lot of my questions I have so that you will know what I'm going to ask. Maybe some things will be resolved before I ask these things. So the State Board of Elections did not approve these monitors, but they did put in an option where every board member on the State Board of Elections could put 2 monitors in. Is that correct?
That is what they suggested. They didn't say anything more.
That's what they suggested, but you brought forward only the Ryan Germany proposal.
The Ryan Germany proposal was already approved in July. They had not suggested anything at that point.
Okay.
It was approved before I became chair.
Okay, but your board didn't weigh in the possibility of having 2 members from each state board election member appoint?
Yes, we did. We discussed it August 29th at our meeting, and we said if they brought back more information as to who the parties would be and brought back more information as to whether or not there would be a fiscal cost, just like any proposal would require, that our board would consider it. We did discuss it, and we said we would consider it further.
So there is a possibility that other monitors may be coming in, and we may have to pay for those monitors as well.
I don't know I don't know that because they haven't said anything more to me.
Okay. It also, when you approved it, it was for 4 months. It was brought up that now we're only looking at 3 months, as potentially we're only going to pay $75,000 versus $99,000.
I can see where that would be the agreement because it was supposed to start in August.
Okay. And then you had a presentation with the Carter Center. And you said you had 2 gentlemen come up and present, but do we have anything in writing?
We do not have anything in writing, and that's the Carter Center. The board members asked me to reach out to the Carter Center because we were being held up by the State Election Board with regard to having an agreement. And so they asked me to reach out to the Carter Center, and it was my understanding at the time the reprimand was issued that those members on the State Election Board at the time had suggested the Carter Center. The board asked me to reach out to the Carter Center. They asked me to discuss with the Carter Center that it had to be a bipartisan group, that they may have to bring another team on. I did, as the board requested, asked the Carter Center to come make a formal proposal, so it wasn't just something that I said, but that the public could hear exactly what the Carter Center would propose. And I also asked the State Election Board to also come and make a formal proposal so we could consider everything at the same time. And so that's why the Carter Center made their proposal. They were already in the Ryan Germany proposal, but we felt that it could be a more robust monitoring of the election because they can put people in each precinct. And I asked them to talk with the Germany team. They've been in talks with the Germany team about working together and working so that across the board, Fulton County will be well covered with regard to monitoring in every area.
Okay, but we don't have anything in writing, formal, like who's going to be placed in, how many monitors are going to be put in. Because in 2020, we had a bunch of NGOs that were working for free, that were just coming in and volunteering. We had the ACLU clearing absentee ballots, having access to our voter rolls, being able to unmarked people as voted, clearing their absentee ballots. And they had this access on their personal laptops. So we had hundreds of NGO, ACLU people involved in our elections. And from my understanding, the Carter Center hires ACLU workers and Common Cause workers and other NGOs. So my fear is if we don't have anything in writing, we are going to have these groups, like the election group, back in our election process, which is not going to make it secure, and it's not going to develop faith. So we need to know exactly what they're doing, where they're going to be, and who is going to be working. Ryan Germany's proposal states exactly who's going to be working and what their expertise is, what their background is. We need the same from the Carter Center. So today, if we approve this, are we approving the Carter Center to coming into our election process?
The Carter Center is involved already with the Ryan Germany team, and it's in this proposal. They were already in talks with the Carter Center, and when we looked at the proposal already had the Carter Center in. The issue is a more robust team. I understand that they are working in conjunction, and at the proposal, I do know that Mr. Suleiman, who made the proposal, will be the one working on the Ryan Germany team.
Okay, because, well, like I said, I can't have just a random person come up from the Carter Center. They've only done international elections. They haven't done any domestic elections. It's a complex process. They were in our elections in 2022. I just feel like we wrote SB 202 to prevent NGOs that are funded, privately funded, from being in our election process. So I don't even know if it's legal. Sujo, maybe you could weigh in to see if it's legal to have unpaid entities working in our election process.
I would have to look that up and research that specifically, but I do not think it is unprecedented to have certain volunteers involved in the elections process in limited capacities as observers.
Okay. So I think a lot of people, too, just have a lot of mistrust in the monitors that are in the past, that we've had in the past. Carter Jones is listed. He was our monitor in 2020. We didn't do signature verification for our absentee ballots. By law, we had to compare signatures to see if it was a valid absentee ballot or not. And we simply decided not to do it. Carter Jones didn't catch that. I don't know how he could have missed it. If you're observing absentee ballot processes, that should have been a red flag. That should have been written in his report. The fact that we didn't save 380,459 ballot images, all the ballot images from early voting and from election day voting, is a big red flag. Carter Jones missed it. He didn't discover that. Well, actually, somebody from Good Governance, Marilyn Marks, requested in open records the summer after the election and was told, oh, sorry, we don't have any of the ballot images. So you can't even do a proper audit of an election if you don't have the ballot images to compare. There were 10 early voting tabulators that were entered into the count with no chain of custody. There was no signing by managers that they were actually used in the precinct. Those votes, there were 17,000 votes on those 10 machines. Somebody could have easily just wheeled them into the warehouse and put them there for early voting. Oh, here's part of the count. Or, better yet, since they tabulated the early voting on different machines, they could have just had a memory card. Oh, here's 17,000 votes without that chain of custody. Of course, that's why they don't want to resolve SB 2023-025, is because that was never really looked at. There's been poor batch management, record keeping, chalk it up to error, but it'd be good if they actually investigated and found out what really happened there. During the hand recount, there was double scanning of votes. The governor even verified this and sent a letter, and Fulton County had to sign a consent order last year in 2023, where 6,695 total votes are unaccounted for. There were errors, there were double scanning, there were falsified tally sheets where counters just simply wrote 850 for Biden, 0 for Trump. The offset was 4,593 false votes for Biden. There are also, from what I hear, test ballots that were entered into the system, into those counts, which I was one who complained before the election that test ballots weren't secure in the election process. I was actually muted by Ryan Germany when I tried to speak at a state board elections meeting. Carter Jones wasn't there when the big State Farm Arena scandal happened, when poll watchers were told to leave. And then after they all left, then the counting restarted. He came later in the process. There were also poll watchers in the hand recount that said they came across pristine ballots that had never been folded, and they showed him, and he discounted them. So I think that's why a lot of the people are kind of skeptical, because it feels like we're just going to have another rubber stamp. Oh, look, everything's okay. Ryan Germany is our friend. We're hiring our friend because he gave us a rubber stamp back in 2020, him and Carter Jones. Matt Mashburn was also there. He was written up in the report. They reprimanded us for using temp agencies in that 36-page unabridged report. And now we're using more temp workers than ever. So I hope you understand why I would like it if we could. I understand having the training, you want people to come in to monitor the training. I'm not against monitors, I'm just against perhaps just these type of monitors. And be willing and open if the state board comes back to appoint monitors that will really address the issues and look at SEB 2023-025 and get monitors that have computer experience to look at who manages that EMS server and uploading results. Because we hired the person that made the errors last time. They're now full-time on our staff. The person that didn't upload the ballot images, the person that didn't do the documentation for those 10 early voting tabulators are now on our staff. And it seems like we turned a blind eye in 2020 and said, look the other way. Oh, now we're going to have these monitors. They're going to say everything's okay, so SCB 2023-025 should just go away. And I appreciate the effort, but I hope you understand why I'm not for it at this time. I don't mind Carter Jones and Ryan Germany coming back in, but I think we need better monitors as well to offset, to make it truly a bipartisan, elections is nonpartisan. And then I also would hope that the Carter Center could be more specific on areas that they're going to be monitoring and who is going to be monitoring. If they're going to be hiring ACLU and Common Cause people to come in, then that's one side, that's a left-leaning side that we're now putting extra observers in every single precinct. These are the same people that ACLU that was in our election process last time, along with Vote at Home, another NGO, along with the elections group. The elections groups were experts from Chicago that were involved in our election process. Experts. Yet we see these pages and pages of errors that were done, especially in the absentee ballot processing system. And they were in our elections in August working in our warehouse for free. There's about 5 of them. Ryan Macias is the one who, when there weren't enough ballots in the second machine count, he was able to electronically add almost 16,000 ballots to the count to make it look okay. He was an NGO. He was with the elections group. So I just hope you can make an effort to make sure that if the Carter Center is placing people in there, that it is truly bipartisan, nonpartisan people. All these people say they aren't, but then we hear them speaking at the meetings and they're fair fight activists.
Okay.
We can't hide it. So that's all I ask, is that you understand why I can't vote for this.
All right. Commissioner Barrett, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and Ms. Williams for your work on this. I think we, have sort of found ourselves in a damned if we do, damned if we don't sort of position. And I think the State Elections Board is not working in good faith with you all. My take here is that in order to get 3 groups to agree on something, all 3 groups need to actually be serious about coming to an agreement. And, if we wait for the State Elections Board to agree to something reasonable that the Secretary of State's office and your board can agree with as well, we won't have monitoring. That's the damned if we do, damned if we don't problem. So I understand what and why we're moving forward with this contract with only 2 of the 3 parties in agreement. It makes abundant sense to me that we are better off honoring the intent of the resolution to have monitoring in there, because we're not ever going to get agreement with the 3 groups. And the later we wait, damned if we do, damned if we don't, the more accusations we will have about not having been monitored for some portion of the beginning of this process. So I am 100% behind this. I think you've done great work in, examining every possible angle of it. I think the Carter Center's involvement is a positive, and I'm certainly open to Commissioner Thorne's, request to have more information about their involvement. But I think this is absolutely the right move, and I just wanted to make my thoughts known and be very clear and appreciative of your work.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, ladies, for your work on behalf of the residents of Fulton County. I guess I just really want to thank my colleagues. I wasn't really sure how I was going to vote on this, but after hearing them speak, I know how I'm going to vote now. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of the commissioners who have spoken before me. You have asked many of my questions. The only thing I have left is to thank Nadine Williams and Madam Chair for the work that you've done. You just came on board and really have made a big difference. I'm pleased to hear the report that you have given today. You are very knowledgeable. Thank you. What I have left on my list of questions is this $99,600, which it says will be paid in monthly installments of $24,900. And I've heard some statements and discussion on the cost, and just wanted to know, how is this cost being broken down by monitor? How much is each monitor being compensated? I noticed on page 3, it says that team member Monica, I think that's Childers, will not be accepting any compensation for her services. And so if you could explain that, because there are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, there are 4 other monitors. So if she's not receiving any payment, what are the others receiving, and what will happen to her payment?
First, I want to say that from my understanding, Monica Childers will not be on the team because of some prior commitment that she cannot be on the team. I am not aware that they are paying each themselves individually. That is not my understanding. My understanding is for all the work that is being done, that was the contract, but not on an individual basis, like broken down per person.
Okay, so this document should actually have her removed and not part of the team?
That's what I've been told. I haven't been told that formally, but I have been told that she is unable to be on the team.
Oh, okay. Then this needs to be updated, because in the information, it actually has her as part of the team, and it has in the on the last page, the 3rd page, which is signed by Registrations and Elections and the Office of Georgia Secretary of State, that team member Monica Childers will not be paid, will not be accepting any compensation for her services, but it doesn't say that she won't be on the team. So the $99,600 is covering what, since it's not paying each monitor?
It's covering all of the work that they're doing. And they have stated to me that they may have to bring other members on. At one point, they said they may need an auditor, but that wouldn't change the nature of this contract, wouldn't change the amount. But they may be bringing other people in as members of the team. I do know that the Carter Center is working with a team in Georgia with regard to a monitoring team that's conservative, so that it's balanced across the board, and we did ask, the board asked for that, but there's not a greater cost because of any of that.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Thorne?
I just wanted to verify. Monica Childers, I spoke with Ryan Germany this morning, and he said she was not on the team. The U.S. Election Assistance Commission thought it'd be best off if she did not participate in this. So she's definitely off, and I don't know if that needs to be struck, because I was concerned about having her on the team at one point.
Okay. All right, other comments at this time? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. I appreciate your favorable vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 2 nays.
Next item.
Thank you.
240569, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval to increase spending authority in the total amount of $275,270.74 to cover the cost to provide additional on-site landscape, ground maintenance, and lawn care service.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 240570, Public Works. Request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $185,709.50 to provide building code administration, construction, management, and planning services.
You have a motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240571, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide in an amount not to exceed $500,000 to provide large water meter installation services.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, 240572, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $620,000 to provide small water meter installation services.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240573, request approval of recommended proposals in an amount not to exceed $2 million to provide standby engineering services.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240574, request approval of resolution of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners to accept the City of Atlanta's selection of Brown and Caldwell S.L. King as the winning bidder of its procurement for program management services for the Tom Low Water Treatment Plant.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Commissioners' action items, 240575, request approval of resolution designating Fulton County, Georgia as a Purple Heart County and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hall. Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I hope that you will support this. Like many of you, veterans are, I believe that our veterans need to be honored, and this is an additional way to honor them. Proud to have brought the Veterans Empowerment Board to Fulton County, and glad to see that there were additional funds allocated toward that program. This program will not cost us anything, and appreciate your support. Thank you.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. County Manager's presentation and discussion items under Health and Human Services, 240576, Public Works, transitioning to advanced meter infrastructure, water meter reading in 2025.
Good morning, all. David Clark, Director of Public Works here for Fulton County. We wanted to spend a few minutes today just kind of introducing a new type of water meter that we are proposing to start implementing in 2025. It is called an advanced metering infrastructure type of water metering. It allows us to do a number of things of tracking our water consumption uses at the residential level, but more importantly, it allows us to remotely read water meters and get rid of our manual reading process, which is right now costing about $600,000 a year to implement. Adriana is going to be actually doing the presentation. I'll let her introduce herself in a second. She's the engineering administrator over our water distribution division for Public Works. Next slide, please. Just to quickly, I'm not going to go through everything on this, but our water system is provided to the residents of North Fulton County, north of the Chattahoochee River, with the exception of a small area around the historical center part of Roswell. You can kind of see some of our stats there. Overall, we have about 80,000 water meters in use right now, and those are the meters that will be transitioned out as part of this process. So, Adriana?
Good morning, Commissioners. Adriana Bustillos, Engineering Administrator for the Water Distribution System. Next slide, please. Our existing water metering system provides potable water to approximately 80,000 billing customers, divided into 5 total billing zones. 4 residential zones, which are billed bi-monthly, and 1 commercial zone, which is billed monthly. We currently have a combination of manual read meters and automated meter reading devices. Of those 80,000, approximately 3,000 are commercial customers, and the remaining 77,000 are residential customers. Of those, 45% are manual meter reads, and 55% are AMR drive-by system. It is important to state that more than half of our meters are older than 10 years, and their usual nominal average life is 15 years. With age, meters become slow down on the register, the flow. They become less accurate at lowest flow rates. And the existing initial AMR radio devices are reaching the end of life. Next slide, please. So we're currently having some challenges with the meter reading services. Back in April 2015, due to staffing cost and efficiency, Fulton County contracted a third-party company to provide meter reading services, the same contractor as Cobb and Gwinnett counties. The issues we're having with the contractor are, one, staffing, inability to maintain capable staff. Meter readers are not reading all devices because of old AMR malfunctioning devices. And we have a billing backlog due to the contractor delays or incomplete reads. These delays are causing customer dissatisfaction. Next slide, please. Now, before we move any further, let me give you a little background information on the meter reading technology evolution. The first type of meters used in the water industry were manual meter reads, which require to manually open the meter box and observe and record the numerical register reading. This is a difficult labor market, and it's a dying industry. Then the meters evolved to radio frequency reading, or automated meter readings, which require to walk or drive by the meters to get the data transformed to billing electronic files. And the most current technology is the one that we're discussing, the advanced metering infrastructure, which is an integrated system of water meters, communication networks, and data management systems that enables direct communication between the meters and the billing system. Next slide, please. We divided the benefits of the AMI in three different categories: financial, improved customer service, and technical advances. The first one is that network services cost less than current field labor and vehicle costs. Fulton County will have the ability to create monthly bills to all customers. Customers will have access to a web portal, view the water usage in real time, pay bills online, and we will have improved customer communications and customized messages. On the technical advances, these meters provide now hourly readings and alarms. You can obtain more accurate low flow readings, more accuracy for the life of the meter, which is usually between 15 to 20 years, potential leak detection, which will help to reduce the non-revenue water, and potential remote connect and disconnect services. We see the AMI meters not just as meters, but as sensors that can gather important information that make our process more responsive and effective. Next slide, please. So currently in the metro area, there are some municipalities that already deploy the AMI meters. Some of these are City of Roswell, Forsyth, Coweta, DeKalb, Henry County, Athens-Clarke, City of Dallas, City of Calhoun, and City of Winter. There are others that are currently transitioning to AMI meters, which are Clayton County, Gwinnett County, City of Atlanta, Cherokee County, Rockdale, City of Gainesville, and Fayette County. Next slide, please. So what's next? We anticipate the following schedule. Prepare the RFP and advertise it so we can receive and evaluate proposals by December 2024. Following in January 2025, the negotiation of the contract and selection of the vendor, with BOC awarding the contract in February 2025. Then in April, execute the agreement and notice to proceed. We anticipate a full deployment of 3 years with a rate of 26,000 meters per year and an expected completion date December 2027. The cost of the AMI implementation will be incorporated into the rate study. Thank you.
That's it?
We're certainly happy to answer any questions, but that is all
right.
we had.
Are there questions? Commissioner Thorne?
Okay, you mentioned that we have a combination of manual read and then AMR. What is AMR and AMI? What are the differences?
AMI is completely remote. We can read all meters remotely without having to send a technician out in the field. AMR, we don't have to open up the lid, but a technician still has to be reasonably close, usually about 10 or 15 feet from the meter, so the device actually reads the meter. So we still have to send staff, or in this case, a contractor, out to read the meter. They just don't have to manually read it. It's done electronically.
Okay. I'm certainly I've had a lot of customer issues lately due to staffing, the staffing problems that we've had with our subcontractor. So I think this is very good. Do we have an estimate of what the cost, do we have a ballpark figure of the cost?
Each meter is about $400 installed. We have 80,000 meters, so it's about a $32 million to $35 million overall project.
Oh. And would we implement it in 1 year, multiple years? What are you looking at?
It's a three-year
Three-year
implementation schedule, about 26,000 meters a year.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Thorne asked some of the questions that I was going to ask, so I will defer. I wanted to know the cost. And so you said it'll save $600,000 a year, so saves over 10 years, $6 million, or over 15 years, $9 million. But it also costs $32 million to install. But it sounds like definitely the wave of the future and what we need to be moving to.
We definitely think that, you're right, the cost of direct return is not as ideal as some other improvements Public Works has done. But given the fact that it is getting harder and harder to find a vendor who is willing to read the meters, without this type of program, we either need to start bringing meter reading back as county employees, which obviously has an extensive cost of labor associated with it. So we really feel this is probably the best way. The other thing this really does, and this is becoming more and more evident through our pilot projects, the customers like the fact that they can log onto a system and actually see their water use in real time. We've caught a couple of leaks much more quicker that way, as well as they've been able to look at, when they have a spike in their bill, exactly what caused it. And a lot of times they can go back and actually tie that to a time they were doing some extensive irrigation, or if they actually had a small leak somewhere.
So thank you for that. That sounds great, but also sounds like there is some type of software component that might be in addition to the $400 a meter.
Yes, there is.
And so what does that cost?
It depends on which system that you go to, but each cost is about $50,000 a year for the software license.
Okay, so then another $500,000 to $750,000 on top of the.
But also, we are already paying a software license for the AMR, which is almost $50,000 a year too. So that part is almost a wash.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Thank you all for this. Just a few quick questions. So we've been doing it for a while, validated it. Obviously, it's working. When we go, as we sort of bleed these through, we're sort of two things. For any new development right now, what have we been doing with new development right now? What type of meters have been going in?
AMR.
Okay. So going forward for any new development, will it be all, you said AMR, right?
Correct.
Going forward, it'll all be AMI?
There will be a time next year after we
Right.
choose the AMI meter.
Right.
That will become our standard, and all new development will automatically be converted to an AMI meter.
Okay. So the, are we tackling the, as we do the rollout, are we doing manual read first and then AMR, or how's it, or is it really not, can you not stage it that way per se?
Unfortunately, our manual read meters and our AMR meters are so intermixed that it's
Right.
not like we have one section of the county that's exclusively manual read.
Right.
So what we'll probably wind up doing is, there's a transponder that has to be installed somewhere, usually on top of a water tank, and as part of the AMI process. So we'll install the transmitter and then figure out the area that can be read by that transmitter, and that's how we will identify the different areas over the 3-year period.
Okay. And as we roll them on, are we going to roll, as things have moved to AMI, will we convert to monthly billing on those meters?
I'll certainly defer that to Hakeem and finance. I mean, that is clearly our
Guess thought you were going to get out easy over there, right?
Yana Simulkaitis, the Water Sewer and Billing Manager, is here. We'll let him take that question.
Jonas Simulkaitis.
Good to see you.
Jonas Simulkaitis, Utility Billing and Collections Manager. It would be challenging to, it's possible, but we would have to do some evaluation of the process of converting to the monthly billing. From the data perspective, absolutely. No issue. Just we probably would have to, as part of the undertaking, redo how we bill areas. So currently we have billing zones, and then that's a large geographic area, smaller geographic area. Within that zone is a book. So we would have to redo our billing books, if you will. But technically, from the data perspective, yes, we should be able to do it.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's fine that you don't necessarily have a plan or anything mapped out right now, but I would encourage us to, look at that in terms of if we're going to implement by zone and you can tie it up with the billing system. I think it, definitely, I know customers would appreciate the consistency of seeing that versus sort of the, 60-day general type billing cycle that we've been on. So I would, ask that we, kind of seek to build that into our plan. And I don't have any other questions on the billing per se, but we will get this whole view into, for a customer and so forth, your view into water usage is going to be much improved.
Oh, definitely. That is one of the parts that will be part
Right.
of this project.
And the useful life of these meters relative to the other ones, have they been around long enough to sort of validate that you're going to get a potential longer useful life out of them?
Most of them come with a 20-year type of warranty, and the actual weak point is the battery that it takes to send the reading back to the
Right.
transmitter. And that is a 20-year battery. And so that's
Okay.
that's what most people are seeing, 20 years. Very few have been in place for full 20 years, but everything is trending towards a 20-year life cycle versus the 10 to 15 that you have with the current meters that we have today.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Commissioner Ellis talked about the developers, and so I'm wondering, would we also need a resolution or something requiring developers doing new developments to install AMI instead of AMR? And what regulation requires them to do AMR presently, and when would we switch priorities or directions?
Yep. The developer really doesn't see any type of change through this. We already install the meters for the developer whenever they ask us to. And so we just pass that cost directly on to them. The type of meter is actually referenced in our technical specifications, and I'll certainly work with the attorney's office to make any changes that is needed as part of the transition.
Yeah, because it's I guess it's good to know that we actually install them for them when they ask. But, you know, if we're going to AMI and we know that's where we're going in 2025, seems like at some point, I mean, I would hate for someone to come install a new AMR tomorrow, and then next
exactly.
year
6
we
weeks from
gotta
now,
right.
move it.
So, or within 3 months or 4 months. So then you got a 10 to 15 year life AMR that's being replaced in 2 years. So it seems like to me the sooner the better that we can require AMI going forward, that we should do that.
I definitely think you have some good points, Commissioner. I'll work with Adriana and we'll make that happen.
And we probably need to reach out to, at the very least, City of Atlanta, because they probably need to have some type of mirror ordinance or resolution, because I imagine that would affect us as well.
They're actually slightly ahead of us in this process.
Awesome. Well, but in particular, I'm talking about the resolution requiring the AMI. They might be ahead of the process that y'all are discussing, but in particular, the resolution requiring or ordinance requiring AMI going forward is more what I was.
I'll certainly reach out to the Watershed Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right, other questions? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
What are we approving? Because this is listed as, it seems like this is virtually listed as a discussion item or a presentation.
I'm looking at the
We're
screen.
approving going forward with this, or what are
Actually, great question.
yeah.
I'm looking at the
At
screen.
this
here.
time, staff is not looking for any specific approval from the
Thank you.
commissioners. We just want to use this as an
Yeah, I'm just-
opportunity because it is going to, something you'll see as part of the budget over the next couple of months.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, there was a motion on the floor to approve it. I'm looking at the screen. Thank you, sir. All right, before we had actually, there was a request to add an item to the agenda today, and as you know, that requires a supermajority vote of 5. There were only 4 of us here at the time, but that matter needs to be added to the agenda today. Would you sound that again, please, ma'am? We need to amend the agenda to add that item because
Yes, 240579, discussion, Sheriff's Office, outstanding invoices.
and particularly in light of the fact that Mr., what's his name, Mr. Joseph Sardi from Strategic Securities spoke during public comment about his concern. So we need to add that and discuss that item today. So we'd like to entertain a motion to amend today's agenda to add that item to the agenda. All right, the motion to do so by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 2 nays.
All right, it's 11:50. The lunch is en route, but I'll entertain the motion to recess for lunch and executive session. We may discuss items of real estate, what's the other one? Litigation and personnel. Yeah, we got to have some discussion in executive session first. All right, motion to do so approved by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. Yes.
Yeah.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Like Darnell used to have a sweater.
I'm gonna bring my Uggs in and start putting my feet blanket or something.
Chairman, just heads up, the media all left. There's a school shooting in Darrow County, and some of the victims are at Grady, so that's why. But they're all monitoring, but no cameras here.
Good thing. All right, y'all, come on now.
Recording in progress.
Oh my God. It's for freezing. Please.
It's interesting. Hmm. One, two, three, four. All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Items from executive session, Madam County Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a motion to approve the requests for representation in items 3, 4, 5, and 6 of the executive session agenda?
We have a motion to do so by Commissioner Barrett. It is seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
And is there a motion for approval of settlement in the matter of court reporters of the State Court of Fulton County, item 7 on the executive session agenda, in a total amount of $45,592.12 with applicable pay rate adjustments?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
No further action items from
All right.
executive session.
We have one more item that was added.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. 240579, discussion, sheriff's outstanding invoices.
All right. You want to begin, Madam CFO, do you want to hear from the sheriff first?
It's the board's pleasure.
Just a point over, Mr. Chair, what specifically are we looking to discuss here? I mean, every department has outstanding invoices, they have a budget to pay them, so what's the special reason why we're discussing a particular department's invoices today?
It was put on the agenda as an emergency item, so it's got to be something dealing with the emergency.
That's correct. And that, to the extent that, it's my understanding that we have received a demand letter or demand letters that there are certain outstanding invoices that have not been paid by the sheriff. And therefore, we as Fulton County will have to make a decision as to whether or not we pay or we ask the sheriff to pay for out of his budget. But the services were provided to the county. We received the services, and theoretically, I suppose we owe for the services that have been provided to us. So that's what's before us, and that's the emergency. And you also heard today during the public comment section, the president of, Strategic Securities made some statements again about his situation. So I think it is an emergency. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Michael Schultz, Chief of Staff, Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, fellow board members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. The Sheriff's Office is at a point where we need your assistance. The Sheriff recognizes that this is his, and I'll go even further to say this is the executive staff of the Sheriff's Office responsibility to manage the amount of funding allocated each year. We take full responsibility for doing so. We need the board's assistance, however, regarding funding, and hope we can work in a more collaborative manner with you to ensure that our jail is safe for our staff and our residents. There have been significant changes in our budget, excuse me. There have been significant changes in our budget and access to funds. Collectively, the county and the Sheriff's Office with the BOC did not have an opportunity to address this because the fiscal year 24 budget process was already underway. For today's discussion, I have the facts related to the Sheriff's Office outstanding invoices. I'm asking today for funding of $5.9 million, which will cover the amount of all outstanding invoices as well as vendor payment expenses for the remainder of the calendar year. Then, as we conclude our budget process for fiscal year 25 during the coming months, we're respectfully asking that you consider funding our agency at a level for us to operate effectively. So I'm here to answer your questions.
Okay, Madam CFO. So the request today is for $5.9 million.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the county manager handed out to each of you a copy of a spreadsheet that I prepared that summarized the information that the sheriff's office had provided to us over the weekend with regard to the amounts that are outstanding and owed to several vendors, as well as some other expenses that the sheriff's office has identified. In that document, what you'll see is that the Sheriff's Department has $2,283,757.18 in amounts that they've identified as being outstanding and owed to third-party entities. Those being Strategic Security Corp. In the amount of $1,075,591.77. Leo Technologies, $643,275.46. Allied Building Security, $115,866.30. And Axon for $449,023.65. In addition to that, based on the information that they provided, they have identified 3 areas of additional expense categories. One being the jail counselors that were previously paid from the Inmate Welfare Fund. The total amount for that was $466,680. That's the total contract balance for each of those counselors. They did not identify the amount of those contract balances that have been worked and have not been paid for yet, so I don't have an amount that would be considered truly outstanding for services already rendered, so I've identified that as a TBD. They identified the emergency food service that was provided for members of the jail staff and other contractors who work at the jail during the kitchen outage situation earlier this year. That was $111,553.71, and a payment to Boyd Elementary School for cleaning of the kitchen after we used that facility, which was $9,723.18. So that's a total of $121,276 in outstanding amounts for those particular services. The total amount for amounts owed to others for contracts, as well as the emergency food service situation related to the jail kitchen outage, is $2,405,034.07. As of today, I was able to confirm through the Fulton County Police Department that they have in fact already paid the invoices for Allied Building Security, so we can take those off the list, bringing the total amount outstanding down to $2,289,167.77. We currently have $2,137,496 set aside in non-agency. That was originally programmed to provide funding for jail overtime for the jail, double overtime for the jail units. However, the board subsequently did not act on the double overtime resolution that was brought forward. So those resources could be used to cover a portion of what is identified as being currently outstanding. If we were to use those resources to cover the amounts that I've previously identified as being outstanding, that would leave about $151,671.77 that we would need to find elsewhere to cover the invoices for services that have already been provided. So that's the document that I prepared, trying to summarize what the sheriff's office had sent over the weekend related to expenses that are currently outstanding. The document does also identify the annual cost for each of those and what the sheriff's office has identified as the amount that is unbudgeted. Those amounts in total were $16.2 million as the annual cost for each of these areas, including overtime for the sheriff's office, and then an unbudgeted amount if you include the overtime projection through the end of the year of $8.6 million. My numbers will look a little bit different than the way the sheriff's office presented it to us, primarily because of the presentation of the overtime. They included the overtime in the outstanding balance. I moved it over into unbudgeted because the overtime is being covered as it is being incurred. So currently we do not have a large outstanding amount of unpaid overtime, but we have overtime that is likely to be incurred that may not have a funding source. So that's the document that I prepared to present to you. It's a little bit different than what Michael shared, but I think it's just in the presentation. I do believe the outstanding amounts are the same. The difference, again, is related to the view on overtime.
Yes, sir.
There is one additional change from yesterday, and that's only with the outstanding invoices received from, the last invoices received from Strategic. So that they were received yesterday. So that would be the only change.
Thank you, Michael. So there will be some additional costs from Strategic then.
Okay, you're suggesting, not suggesting, your statement, Madam CFO, is that it's 2.1, right?
2.1, Mr. Chairman, 2.1 is what we have available in non-agency.
I'm sorry, 2.289.
2.289.
Right, and then you're suggesting that, you're requesting 5.9 today.
That is in total, as Ms. Whitmore articulated, she broke it up by those that are outstanding compared to those that are forecast. In addition, there are some that are not outstanding. For instance, our jail contractors, we've continued to pay them through reallocation of funds internally, but we are not going to be able to sustain that. So we've requested the funding for that going forward. So that is not outstanding. So our numbers do align. They are separated separately based on Ms. Whitmore's categories of what's outstanding and what we perceive as forecast.
But what makes up the forecast? That's what I'm getting at.
What we have forecasted payments to be. For instance, our jail contractors, to pay them for the remainder.
Specifically, other contractors other than the 3 or 4 here, I need the names of which firms, you know, and the amount. That's the 3.6.
For Full Circle, one of the contractors, $5,000. Harvey Glenn, inmate caseworker, $24,000. Kenneth Cunningham, inmate caseworker, $23,000. Mr. Habib Ullah, caseworker, $50,000. Sydney Watson, $24,000. Chaplain services, $57,000.
All right, Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman, Commissioner Barrett, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Schultz. I guess what I'm asking, this is somewhat of an emergency nature. Would you say that this is an emergency?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there a reason that the sheriff's not here?
Well, I'm available to answer the question because I have the information. I'm closer to the information. I'm able to provide all the facts.
Okay. But is there a reason that, I mean, you said it's clearly emergency. I'm just wondering why the sheriff isn't here today in an emergency situation asking for funding.
Well, we have actually several emergencies ongoing at this time. There is a school shooting in Barrow County, which Fulton County Sheriff's Office is assisting. We have a couple of emergencies at the jail. He's been in several different places today.
Okay. All righty. My concern with this, first of all, let me be crystal clear where I am on law enforcement, where I am on the jail, where I am on the effectiveness of it. I know that it takes money to run it. What I'm confused is, and I hope you can answer this question. It was brought to my attention that there was a building on Old National that is being paid for $10,000 a month by the sheriff's department, and it's no one in the building. The building is not occupied at all. And I don't know if you can answer that right today or now, but I would like to know, because at the end of the day, all of us are tax-paying citizens of Fulton County, and we're stewards to the tax-paying citizen. But as this information began to come in, I need to know why, if we've got an emergency, if there's a building on Old National where $10,000 a month has been paid, and to my understanding, and I could be wrong, this has been over 2 years, that is being paid. So I do need an answer to
So
that.
we can definitely get you all the information you need on that. I will say, yes, we do have a facility on Old National. We are paying the rent on it. There was negotiations to transfer that lease to the city of South Fulton. That recently has fallen through, but that was ongoing for some time with the assistance of our partners in the county attorney's office and in DREAM specifically. But yes, we can definitely get you some more information.
Can you tell me if it's occupied or not?
It is not occupied. It's
not occupied? Okay. I just would need to know this narrative that I've been seeing in the media play out about contention, about willingness not to work together. I want to go on record. I have no problem having a conversation. I have no problem supporting a request. However, what I do have a problem with is accountability and having a conversation. If you have a conversation with everybody but me, and then when it's time to come for me to look at this, then the questions I have are going to be posed to you, and you may or may can't answer them. So I think if we are going to look at what the Senate report said, as far as the relationship here, because personally myself, I don't speak on this body, and I would never speak on this body. I can only say, when I look at media reports, I feel as though this body is being thrown under the bus, like we're not trying to work with the sheriff, when in my opinion, that majority of the time, when there's a need, we come up. We supply the need. Now with the need, there is an accountability issue. And this is not nothing, Mr. Schultz, that I just started talking about. I've been talking about accountability for a long, long time, because nowhere can you ask for the money and don't expect for a person to ask for accountability. That is the business model of success. If I'm running a business and I'm using money and someone asks me for the accountability of it, I should not be offended and I should not take that personal. Now, maybe that's a conversation that I should not have in this body, but I don't know what time to have it because of the nature of the relationship right now as it stands. And so what I'm going to say to you, and I'm not going to become belabored in this point, 2 things I would like moving forward. I would like some accountability. I would like to be given information not before the 4 alarm is set off, because with the strategic, and county manager, you said, what's the name of the company?
Strategic Security Corp.
Strategic Security Corp has been reaching out to my office, I know, maybe 2 weeks now. And I'm trying to figure out what's going on, that this vendor is coming to the commissioners. And then here again, we're talking about relationships. But any vendor that comes and says, well, we can't be paid because the sheriff's office said you won't fund them, to me gives the message of undermining. Because that's not the intention of me. And on the surface, I don't think it's the intention of anybody on this body. But to have that come from an outside vendor, to come straight to my office, to say that you all are not paying them, and the reason that you all are not paying them, whether you all may not even said that. Do you understand? I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, because the sheriff's not here, so I can't ask him, so I have to ask you. For a vendor to come and say they're not being paid, and they haven't been paid in quite a while, and to say that, well, the reason that we're being told that we can't be paid is because the commissioners are unfunding is unfair. And it already sets us at an adversarial role that should not be there. And so today, I want to go on record saying, I do have a problem with that. I do believe that at some point, the sheriff and this body as a whole are going to have to come to some agreement, because we are not going to be able to serve the citizens of Fulton County with this playing out in the media, with this playing out via emails. And so, you know, whether you want to take it as taking it back to him as sincere or me being on a soapbox, I want the listening public to know that the narrative out there and the spin that's being put out there, I'm very disappointed by it. Because at the end of the day, they don't call just the sheriff's name. They don't call just the Board of Commissioners. They say Fulton County. Now, one thing about Strategic was here speaking this morning, but so was other citizens with their concerns about this blank check policy. And we know sometimes the citizens don't have all the information, but if you don't give the sitting commissioners all the information, and you don't give it to us in a timely manner, then you cannot expect for us to make a decision on something that is deemed as emergency. And so moving forward, I would like to have some type, people can call it a truce, they can call it whatever they want to call it. But from my office, there has to be a better line of communication. There has to be some mutual respect, and there must be accountability. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just because, for clarity, Madam Vice Chair, and also because I'd like to see you get what you need to move on, can you be a little more specific about what you want to see in terms of accountability? I'd like to help them help you.
Well, in terms of accountability, I think accountability comes in different forms. For one, we do have a procurement process, for one. For two, we do ask that decisions that are being made that ultimately may affect the taxpaying citizen, and we have to take the burden for that we're not caught in the dark. Mm-hmm. I think with accountability, when we're talking about a budget, but we're also talking about property that hasn't been occupied, and $10,000 of ultimately taxpayers' money being spent, possibly over a 2-year period, that's accountability. So what I'm saying today openly to you and the sheriff's office is that I will never, ever tell you what's best for how you to run the sheriff department. That is not my lane. I'm not going to do that. But what I am going to ask is for accountability, to ask the questions and give the answers in a timely fashion. Because strategic reaching out to me as a commissioner and I knew nothing about it, to me speaks to an accountability issue. I don't know whether this situation with the non-payment of them been going on 4 months, 7 months, 8 months. Do you understand? I would rather for the sheriff to tell me what's going on, or to tell this body, or to tell the county manager, than to find out about it in the news. That's accountability.
Fair enough.
So are you getting an understanding of where I am on this?
I mean, I think what I'm hearing is, and I think there is, I do think it is safe to say, I mean, the state reported it, you know, I think it is safe to say that there is not a good relationship right now between this body and the sheriff. And so, you know, I think there is, it sounds like what I'm hearing is communicating early and often when problems arise, when there's something that can't be paid. That's what I'm hearing. Like more communication, I think, writ large is what I'm getting from that. Is that, would you say that's true?
Well, I don't know if a good relationship
Well, I was on the more communication part. That was the question.
is the right word for it, because from time to time, this whole body right here, I might not have the best relationship with, but I'm going to respect you. I'm going to have a conversation with you. So I don't know if good relationship is the best word for it. I think the lines of communication, like I said earlier, respect going both ways, and understanding at the end of the day, this is not adversarial. Me asking for accountability is not adversarial, because the money comes from the taxpaying citizen. So that's what I mean.
Fair enough. On that front.
Excuse me 1 second. You were getting ready to say something, Mr. Schultz.
If I may.
Okay, go ahead.
I believe the sheriff does agree and understand and has a willingness to collaborate. I have reached out to each chief of staff to provide more information, you know, and asked if they would like to be more up to date. We can do a better job, and we will do a better job of communication, providing information. That's not an issue. I believe that's something that the sheriff and his entire staff would like to do. So I can say that much. As far as the reaching out from strategic CEO, I do understand your concern, and I do understand getting that information late. That is something that we have to acknowledge. But I will also say that we have been in constant communication with them, despite what has been said. Excuse me. In fact, while I was on the phone with the CEO, me personally, while I was on the phone with him, the staff received a text from the company telling them to walk off the job. And this was before their stated deadline. And so we have been in communication, and at that time, we were also working to try and build good faith efforts. I promised him that I could not do an entire payment, one of the larger payments, but I told him when I talked to him last week that going forward, I was trying to make sure that we did pay something to make sure that as we were working towards a resolution, one of my propositions was to use the $2.1 million that was set aside non-agency for the sheriff's office that we don't have access to. It was specifically for that, and that's what the efforts we were working towards. When I made that promise to him to make some small payment last week, I think I talked to him on Wednesday, and I told him that I could promise that, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday of last week, and I told him that I would promise to make a payment to him, and it was for the staff that they provide at the South Annex. It was $19,000, and that posted on Friday. And so as we were in negotiations, he was continuously reaching out otherwise, which kind of hampered the negotiations. So as far as what I initially said about the collaboration, I definitely stand by that, and we stand ready and willing to do that.
Speaking to the question of how the invoices sort of get paid and how much gets paid and how the CFO interacts with all of that, or her team over in finance, can you just, for the sake of me and anybody else who wants to learn more about this, how does that process work from your end? The invoices are mailed to you, to your office, and then what happens from there?
So this particular invoice created some challenges that we're not used to. They were outside of the normal process. And it initiated, it was upon initiation of the whole contract last year. In October of last year, September and October of last year, it was more specifically in September, we were undergoing some staff changes. Some of them were associated with some spending out of the wrong funds type thing. So we had some staff changes, in our financial leadership in the agency. Some of the invoices, well, all of the initial invoices went to that particular email.
Oh, gotcha.
And that took, I can say specifically, 79 days for that first initial invoice before we realized that we weren't getting the invoices. And so later, I think in November 3rd, we made up for it after capturing a lot of the invoices that were going to the wrong email and paid those. After that, they became a little bit more regular. Let me see, just a second, I can tell you the exact. Oh, there it is. So after that, for instance, let's see, from the date of invoice, and I'll just start at October 16th of 2023. That was the invoice date. It was sent to, it was vetted. There's a process that we have to go through once we get an invoice. Once we get the invoice, we send it to jail command. They have to vet the invoice to make sure that all of the hours and the people are appropriately charged on that invoice. Once everything has been vetted, we process that through our finance unit, who sends that to the county accounts payable. County accounts payable received, or we sent it on October 24th, and a check was issued on November 3rd, so there was no delay in that particular aspect. And so that took about 18 days. And so if you look at most of 2023, most of them were in that range, except for the earlier invoices. And so every invoice in 2023 was paid. The amount on the invoice was paid exactly, so there was no shortage.
So generally speaking, the amount of time it takes from when the invoice comes into you, putting aside the email confusion, to the vetting process through jail command to getting it over to accounts payable is about how many days?
It can take up to maybe a week or so, maybe,
No judgment, I just want to understand.
The invoice days are the actual date that the invoice was generated, so I can't tell you the exact date that we received it.
Sure.
And so it may be a delay in that as well. But
Yeah,
I would say generally, our finance unit working with county works very well, and the process is pretty smooth. And I would say generally, we try and tell everybody that it's net 30 days. Okay. That was generally handled in that same nature last year. This year, we had other challenges. And it started at the beginning of the year, which everybody knows. It started with the cyber attack and some other issues. Yep. So we've had various issues throughout. And so there were significant delays early on and then later as well. But generally, I would say, excuse me, from the invoice date, it may take approximately 40 days.
Okay. And so on the outstanding invoices that are currently sort of in the mix for this 1,075,000, whatever it is total, how did that process break down on those particular invoices? Did it take longer to get over to accounts payable? Because it sounds like they're saying they didn't know about this at all until this last week or something.
So actually, the county finance unit was great at notifying us about the discrepancy late last year because it was recognized early on. The budget team, specifically, I talked to them and relayed that to our finance person at the time. Again, that goes back to that change in financial administration. Mm-hmm. So the initial 2 calls that I received from county finance that said, this doesn't look right, you may want to look at this, was relayed to our staff. It did not properly get addressed. That is our internal issue. So once that issue was recognized, the budget process had already started.
So I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to make sure I'm getting the question answered. So on the current outstanding invoices for 2020, right now, the bills that are outstanding, they took how long to get from you to accounts payable?
I don't think they've been submitted yet because they're out of spending authority in their purchase order for this particular contract. So they haven't gotten to the point where they've processed them on their end and sent them over to accounts payable for accounts payable to be able to pay them.
Okay.
What we initially started to try and address that was that's when I made the suggestion or proposition to use the $2.1 million in non-agency to address it. That was a couple of months ago when we were trying to formulate that and get that before the board. There was several months ago, we came before the board in executive session regarding some security-related issues. At that time, we wanted to bring more, but that was not an appropriate venue, being executive session, to discuss all of the items. So that was the first time that we were going to present it before the board. And so it has not been presented to the county because we have to have the funding mechanism set up to present the payment for processing.
Okay. So the reason it wasn't, okay, so let's back up. How much did we spend with strategic security in 2023 total?
We spent $766,000.
The whole year?
For 2023, we didn't start using them until August of last year.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. And so I understand. So that was like basically 1 quarter's worth of.
Basically.
Okay. So the total, so the budget should have been set out for 2024 based on that amount, but spread out for the full year.
Absolutely.
And what would that total have been if that had been done?
It would have been about 4.6 million.
So that would have been, and that somehow that math wasn't done properly and put into the budget properly.
It was not.
Okay. And so that's why you're saying the budget process had already been
Correct.
started. So at what point did you all realize that was off? What needed to happen and what was budgeted?
Early in the year, excuse me, we began forecasting, and paying bills, and we began to reallocate money. We've paid some of strategic out of our operating as well as other. I think it's worth noting that not only did we make mistakes internally as far as our finance group in budgeting this, we also were severely impacted by the change involving the inmate welfare unit. With that, we took on additional cost that impacted our operational budget. And so we were attempting to reallocate internally and make a way through some of our changes in how the inmate welfare money was used and how we had to pay jail contractors, how we had to pay other normal operating costs that normally would have come out of there that we just accepted. So it was a culmination of things that, caused us to get where we are.
Yeah, okay. I was just trying to understand that process. So I appreciate that. I may come back with some more questions, but that's all I have for right now.
Chairman, Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So just since we were talking about the strategic security, I want to continue on that just so I understand this. So, all right, first off, this particular contract, there was no procurement process that went through the county. This was a contract that was signed directly by the sheriff. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So the expenditure, as you noted in last year for this, was $766,000?
Yes, sir.
For services between August and the end of the year?
Yes. And
Okay.
and with that money, we were able to pay that last year out of our budget using salary savings.
Okay. All right, and the value of this contract that was entered into this year was, on an annual basis, was 4.6 million?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so, all right, even if I sort of said liberally, you know, that 766,000 was for 5 months, if I just moved that to a quarter,
So
that didn't roll up to 4.6 if I, on an annualized basis.
So the contract is paid based on the FTEs, the employees and that was initially why the invoicing, the early invoices from last year were lesser amounts.
Okay.
It took them less time to staff up. They had, I think at that time, we were averaging about 25 or so employees, where today we're averaging over 70.
Okay, so all right, so, but the amount entered in, the amount that was in the budget for 2024 was 1.4 million?
I believe so.
Is that the amount? 1.4, 1.38?
It's like 1,320,something
Okay.
thousand.
And what has been expended, what have we paid, putting aside any amounts in dispute, what have we paid to strategic security so far this year?
We paid $1.6 million.
1.6 million. Okay. And you've known for how long that there have been amounts unpaid that they have requested payment for? How many months?
June, July, and August.
Okay. All right. So over 90 days at this point. Okay. There's one other contract, I believe, with Leo Tech. That contract, that was not a county procured thing. That was a contract entered in directly with the sheriff, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So another.
I'm sorry. I have to correct that. There is no contract on that one. That was month to month.
This was okay, so there's no contract, but it was a month-to-month arrangement that was entered into directly by the sheriff's department.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so no engagement with the county procurement on that. There's a entity, Axon. Is that a contract is there a contract that exists with that?
Yes, we have a contract with Axon.
Okay, and that's a contract that didn't go through county procurement, but was entered into directly by the sheriff?
That's correct. However, if I may speak on that one, that was one of the items that I was referencing when I mentioned the change in funds. This was initially paid out of the inmate welfare fund. It was requested in our FY24 budget, which was not passed. It was denied, and we were not aware at the time that this was being paid out of the inmate welfare until after the budget was submitted, and so when the invoice was due in December, we paid that 2023's invoice out of our 2024 operating funds. So the amount requested is to cover what will be due later this year.
Okay. Just so kind of the listening public kind of understands what takes place when we have situations in the rest of county government there are times when we have a point in time when we know that we've got a service that we need more money than we had potentially contracted for. We recently had discussion, I think, around several things, but we had one lengthy one about senior transportation, for example. And this, in every situation I can think of, we're having these conversations in advance before there's a funding shortage. Department brings it forward. They discuss why there'll be a projected funding shortage. We make whatever determinations we're going to make as a board. You're a little bit different. You're given a pot of money largely to manage and operate within, right? So you would be different than, for example, a department managed by the county manager's team. You referenced maybe some changes in personnel that would have happened in 2023, but we're in September of 2024. What financial controls do you have in place, or why didn't you have financial controls in place that would have identified this as an issue before it became an issue?
With the closing of the inmate welfare fund at the end of last year and the change in personnel, as you said, that was done at the end of the year when the budget process was concluded from our end. And we did not, we had very limited, if not any opportunity to make changes to it. Coming into this year, our new staff has worked to balance what our obligations are. And in doing that, we've also requested additional funding. And I think that what has to be noted is that we have, for all of these invoices and these bills, we have been making plans and we have been working towards payment. And yes, it is at a critical juncture at this point. But we have been working towards this effort since the beginning of the year. We recognized the failures at the end of last year. We started to implement changes, and at the beginning of this year, we were hampered in our efforts in various ways, and we, have made attempts to engage the board through, through executive session and prior to and since. So we've brought this, we've tried to make this known, and we've also, at the same time, we've tried to mitigate some of the responsibility internally through reallocation.
Yeah, I think you maybe misunderstood my question. Things happen where we can see that we're not necessarily going to have appropriate funds budgeted for a particular item. In the normal course of business, that comes to you ahead of time, not after the point in time where you've engaged all the services and you've run up bills in excess of a budgeted amount. So my question, we have these types of controls in place within the construct of the rest of county government, which we have visibility into through the manager who directly reports to us, or most all of the components of county government. My question is, what controls and mechanisms do you have in place to identify that there aren't recurrences of this in the future? That there are amounts you went out and incurred services when you have no means to pay for them. That's a huge problem. I think you all understand it, that this is a huge problem that you go and you create an obligation potentially with no funding source to back it up. So what is the financial controls that are being placed around that to ensure that this kind of stuff does not happen? Because the fail-safe can't be, we're going to come to the commission and it's an emergency and we need more money because we've already incurred such and such services that we have funds for.
I do recognize and understand what you're saying, and we did identify early on that there was going to be a shortfall. However, due to we, in conjunction, basically at the same time, we continued with the services as we sought to find opportunities to fix the situation, whether that be reallocation internally or request for additional funding. We started that early on. We initially, I think the biggest push was in May when we were trying to bring some things before the board. However, like I said, we had to pull some of those back as the executive session was not the place to present strategic and some of the other public items. So we only kept items necessary for, but I acknowledge what you're saying as far as, and this goes back to what Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman said, the communication in the earlier notification of certain information. We attempt to do that every time we submit a budget, and we tell you everything we need up front. A lot of this stuff that we're talking about, some of it we made a mistake. For instance, strategic, we made a mistake. For some of the other items, Leo and others, we knew we needed that for the safety and well-being of our inmates. That is critical to keep people safe. We moved in an effort for safety, balancing safety and the available resources. And to gain additional resources, we should have been in more communication, and that goes back to the collaborative effort on both sides. We can provide a lot of information, but we also don't receive a lot of requests independently either.
Yeah, I appreciate your attempt to respond, Mr. Schultz, but I don't feel like I really got an answer in terms of, what sort of financial controls exist to forecast these things and to highlight them before they're an issue and develop a plan to address them before there's an issue. So that's missing from, and I don't want to belabor the point, but at least for this commissioner, that's missing. I'm not hearing that. And then in terms of collaboration with us and that sort of thing, I mean, that's all fine and well, but recognize we're not operators, right? We're allocators when it really comes to your budget. And we're in reliance upon you and your staff and your team to manage within the confines of that budget. And, not collaboration or not, we should never be placed into a situation where, X million dollars have been spent and you're telling me you have no funds to pay for the services that were provided. Never should be in that situation. And that's not a collaboration thing. That's a management thing, right? So, when we go through, obviously we went through kind of our military setting process. We have a budgetary team that looks at stuff and where we're at and that sort of stuff. And we're forecasting what kind of revenue we're ultimately going to have to come in a year versus strike up against what we're budgeted. And our management team at that point in time, they look at and they make decisions around what might you do differently as it relates to resourcing, et cetera, for the end of the year to make sure you can live within the confines of your budget. Corporations do this all the time, right? Hey, we're not going to hire for XYZ position. We're going to cut down on our travel budget. Those sorts of things. These are natural things that sort of occur in the context of managing a financial budget. I've not seen anything coming from the Sheriff's Department in terms of how have you sought to reprioritize, trim back expenditures, look at doing away with things that maybe not necessarily are mission critical. I've not seen any real evidence or discussion of that, whereas these are the types of things we would see within the context of operation of normal county management.
So one thing I can offer is going forward, and I know I hear you about the collaboration, but I believe that that is important. And the reason I say that is, for instance, if we were to have, my counterparts and I, your chief of staff, if we were to meet bi-weekly or monthly so that I can address whatever issues or whatever questions they may have, whatever they're receiving from the public, whatever, and then also to give forewarning of items. That is something that we can offer, is more, like I said, communication. We can address and move forward with this together, but I can't, there's certain things, of course, not being the elected policymaker, I'm not going to commit to, but there are certain things that I can say that we can collectively do.
Yeah, and I understand that. And look, I think everybody up here wants to, kind of operate from a collaborative standpoint, but, bear in mind, I mean, like there are multiple other entities of county government that, we don't have that kind of capacity, nor is it really necessarily our role, right? But I mean, there are two sort of basic things that we would generally look for all of our entities to do, whether they directly report to us or whether they are, are in a situation like yours. And that's to operate within their budget and to follow the county procurement protocol, right? I mean, so those are relatively straightforward things, right? These are not going to be solved by us collaborating better. That's a management decision to do those two things. Questions around, should there be consideration for other allocation and that sort of stuff? That's a different conversation. Takes place, could happen during budget time, could happen at other times. But it can't be happening in this kind of context, not after the fact. So just don't misunderstand, kind of us not wanting to meet every 2 weeks to go line by line through your financials, because that's just not what our role is. And nor, would something like this strategic security even be on my radar screen, right? For that matter. And an executive session is not really a format for it. It's money. It's taxpayer money. It needs to be open. It needs to be public as much as possible. And we shouldn't all hide from that. And look, I'm a person, if I owe something, I pay it, okay? I mean, that's how I operate, and I think, that's how all of us probably, intend to operate in our lives if we've received, legitimate services. But the one thing I'm not hearing is, how have you sought to, you've entered into these arrangements, there appear to be potentially funds that have been owed. How have you sought to reprioritize within your budget to pay for those things versus just come and ask for more funding? And I'm not hearing that. And I'm going to, if you want to all send me a white paper on that and tell me that, that's great. I mean, like our management is, will do for us, and they'll say, okay, we're going to be short. Here's what we're going to do, and here's how we're going to operate to ensure we're not going over budget. But if I look at our last financial report, and this is why I think if you owe something, you need to figure out a way to pay for it within the construct of your own budget. And that's kind of where I land on this in general. And I realize these are macro numbers, but they're real numbers, at least in in terms of the non-agency components, the stuff that's specifically within your budget, not the stuff that we placed in there for non-agency or for outsourcing, some other things like that. You've got a 2024 budget, and our finance staff can correct me if I'm wrong on this, of $146.3 million. Does that sound about right? Okay. Through the end of July, there was expenditures of $80.864 million. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Okay. So I screwed up my math in that millage rate stuff, so I'm going to get this correct here. I'm doing this on the fly. I might have a bad calculator. So if I trend that out at the same rate, that'd be $57.76 million in additional spend through the remainder of the year.
I'm not sure what you're calculating, Commissioner.
All right, so if the expenditures for the Sheriff's Department in the general fund budget line is 80.864, what does that trend to for an annual expenditure? Straight line.
You mean for the entire year?
Yes.
For 12 months?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, it's going to be less than...
Is it 138.624?
Around there? Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the budget amount is 146.3.
Yes.
Okay. That's a differential of 7.76 million.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to put my question back to you. How have you sought to reprioritize, recognizing some of those may be very tough decisions that would need to be made to operate within the confines of your budget and pay for, whatever stuff that you intend to do?
Okay, I think that it's important to recognize that our budget, the vast majority of our budget by far, is personnel. After you back out the personnel-related expenditures and our major contracts like NAFCARE and others, we have an operating budget of about $10 million. With that $10 million, we effectively took and I understand that the $146 million, which was budgeted for the sheriff's office. However, that is not a true reflection of, for instance, last year. Last year, our base budget was $133 million. This year, in FY24, there were other expenses that normally were paid outside of the sheriff's office that were moved to the sheriff's office, and the funding for that was also moved, so it artificially increased the sheriff's office budget. But in reality, we received a 3% salary attrition vacancy cut, so we had a $3 million cut. So if you look at the apples to apples from last year's budget, our salary is $3 million less, $2.9 million less than it was last year. So we have less. Now, I understand your question about what are we doing internally in efforts to balance a budget. We have canceled contracts. We have reallocated resources as much as possible. We are limited in doing so based on our limited operating budget. Our operating budget for an agency this size of less than $10 million a year, that's putting us in a lot of predicaments.
Mr. Schultz, I appreciate the commentary, but I just, given that you can't explain to me how we all got surprised with running up stuff that we didn't have funds to pay for, I just don't have, it doesn't provide me with a lot of confidence in any sort of budgetary explanation. I just looking at the raw numbers, between the buckets that we've allocated to you all, we've allocated, a 66% growth in, budgetary expenses over the past 5 years. If I'm looking at the run rates for this year, you're scheduled to run in just that general fund component. Recognize that there are other funds that we've allocated that are sitting in other buckets, which total up to about $184 million. You're projected to run out to 138.624, and you got a total budget of 146.3. Somebody's got to do the work to figure out where the funds are to pay what you owe and to operate within the budget. This should not be an emergency that be placed upon us. This should be an emergency that should be placed upon the Sheriff's Department to figure it out within the construct of their budget. Personnel is a big expenditure when it comes to any business or any operation. It's in, you know, and it's an expense that has to be managed just like any other expenditure. So, you know, the bills, obviously, if there's stuff that's there, it needs to be paid. It needs to be paid, but you all need to operate within the confines of your budget, and you need to follow the county procurement rules. I apologize for taking too long, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Commissioner Ellis makes a lot of good points. I mean, we don't want any department spending outside of their allocated budget. I think what we have is an anomaly based on the loss of control of the inmate welfare fund. And I think more importantly, his points about the county procurement process, that was just recently adopted. So there was no way that you all could have complied with a rule that didn't exist. There's a whole nother question of whether that rule is constitutional or not, but certainly you couldn't comply with a rule that didn't exist. So I think Commissioner Ellis's point when he said, hey, he pays his bills and we all try to pay our bills, and we assume you all do the same thing, right? And I think his line of questioning towards what are we going to do to make sure this doesn't happen again, because, you know, we got stuck with the bill, right? And so if we're stuck with the bill, we might have to pay it, but we want to know what systems are being put in place to make sure that this doesn't happen again in the future, right? And I think that's a fair question. But at the same time, I think this is an anomaly based upon, again, the loss of the inmate welfare fund, the adoption of the new procurement rule, and so, and if my memory serves me correctly, the staff had recommended an additional $5 million towards overtime at budget time, and this board voted to reduce that to $2 million. So you gotta have perspective, right? You gotta look at the whole picture. And so it's not enough to just say, oh, well, you ran over your budget. Well, no, you asked for more money from the beginning, and you didn't get all the money that you needed, right? And so I think we have to keep that perspective in mind. And so not only did you not get all the money that you needed, you lost control of an additional fund that, frankly, we in general, and the chair specifically, should have been on the inmate welfare committee and should have known about, right? So, probably I would recommend coming up with something maybe to, and I don't know if it's meeting with us weekly or bi-weekly or monthly, but certainly I would say with finance, right? I would say, you know, if you got something that's net 30, we need y'all talking with finance, because I told y'all she know where the bodies are. She know where that money is. We got it right over here, 2.1, right over here. She's good. That's her job. But we don't want to be in this position going forward. And I think anything that you guys can do to work with finance to say, hey, we've adopted this plan, and maybe it's not every 30 days, maybe it's once a quarter. I don't know what the cadence should be, right? But adopting some plan to work with finance to say, hey, here's what we've come up with to ensure or to do our best, right? Because, I mean, you know, it's a crazy world out there. To ensure that that we don't get caught in this position again going forward, right? There's enough stuff that comes up that we have to pay for that no one budgeted for or thought of or whatever, right? We get change orders all the time on construction projects, $1 million, multi-million-dollar change orders on construction projects, right? But there's enough time to talk about them and to vet it. And I think that is kind of the difference. And so, you know, you guys have been making the request for money, right? And frankly, despite the fact that there may have been a 60% increase over the last 5 years, I don't think, you know, most of those requests, probably 90% of those requests this year have been denied. So I just think we have to put all the facts out there. You guys asked for more money from the beginning. You didn't get all the money you asked for. You lost another fund, adopted new rules around procurement. So I think we've all got to, as you say, collaborate, but I think even more than collaborate, I think we got to press reset. I think we got to press reset and start back over from equal ground. And certainly I'm here to work with you. I think everyone here should want to work with you. And I think, you know, frankly, we need to have more conversations need to be had so that we are not pointing fingers at each other in public. I don't think that benefits us. I don't think it benefits you or the sheriff's office, and I certainly don't think it benefits the residents of Fulton County. So we all need to do a better job of having better communication on the front end so that we can try to avoid these situations. So thank you all for the work that you're doing. Please work with our county manager and CFO so that, you know, we can avoid being put in these positions in the future.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
A lot's been said, so I'll try not to be redundant. But with that being said, I'm going to be a little redundant. I agree. It was kind of hard for me to find out about the back payment that we need to make by finding out in the news instead of having a conversation with your departments. It's the taxpayers' money. It's our responsibility, but it's also your responsibility. We gift you that money to run our jail. And I was also curious, as Commissioner Ellis were, what cuts you're making in other departments to kind of reallocate the existing finances that you do have that are in your purview. You gave us some generalities, but not really many specifics. So maybe for me, I could use more specifics.
So I can provide more specifics. You know, I can send those to you. I don't have everything in front of me, but I can tell you some of the general things that we are doing. We've cut back on overtime, which sometimes I believe might be a detriment in a different kind of way, but we have cut back in some of the overtime that we've used. We've terminated contracts. We have reallocated money. We have made efforts. Like I said, I can't completely articulate in detail everything standing here, but we have made efforts, and I believe, I mean, as mentioned earlier, with the operating budget that we have, that we actually can use of about $10 million, we've paid some of these. For instance, like I said, we paid Axon the 2023 invoice already. We've paid some of Strategic already. That was not previously allocated towards that. We've made efforts, but I completely understand and appreciate the request for better communication and more of a heads up. We can do better with that, and I will do that.
With that being said, can you explain Axon? What is that for? Because you said you typically paid for that out of the inmate welfare fund.
That's how it had been paid historically. Yes, that's how it was paid in the past. There are several things related to Axon. The biggest thing is with our, is that the tasers and body-worn cameras, and that is used throughout the facility.
Okay, and you said that, I think you made a comment that you've paid for later this year as well for that?
For Axon? No, ma'am.
No.
We paid 2023. The invoices typically come towards the end of the year. And so that came during the budget process. So we did pay 2023's out of the 2024 operating budget.
Okay, okay. I misunderstood then. And then you guys had a kitchen outage, $111,000 to pay for catered food to be brought in. Is
Yes.
that just for staff, or is that staff and inmates?
That was for staff only.
Staff only. For how many months was that?
Approximately how many months was that? Let's see. It's probably probably slightly over a month. I would say probably 5 weeks or so. 5, yeah.
5 weeks, so roughly 16, 17,000 a week.
I'm sorry?
16, 17,000 a week for staff meals?
Yeah, so for security reasons, staff is not allowed. We've, through incidents in the past, staff is not allowed to bring anything into the facility. They're in the facility for 12 hours a day, and so we do provide adequate meal for them. And they are, I mean, we're obligated to make sure that they are taken care of and made whole. And so, yes, we spent, you know, I'm not sure the exact amount, but it was about $111,000 for the entire incident. And I'll further say that we received a lot of help from the county as far as that whole process. We had a lot of equipment that went down, and some of it triggered other things to go down, which even today, we've been made aware that there are 4 kettles that went down today. And so we continue to have emergencies that, that arise like literally every single day. And so the easiest way to provide what was absolutely necessary for our staff was to provide the catered food.
Okay. So the non-agency fund could cover a bulk of what you need to pay off right now, correct? All but $151,000. Let's say if we were on a tight budget ourselves and we didn't have money to give you, what would you do?
We have constantly been working to try and see what we can do to rectify the situation, but it's obvious that we need assistance, and that's why I'm here.
Okay. And you've hired a new financial person since you let the other one go last year?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you thought about putting out for bid, go through the proper procurement process for strategic security and those others that you don't have contracts with? Or you've never put out to bid?
There's been a lot of recent changes, and I can't comment on those right now.
Okay.
But there has been a lot of recent changes, you know, in effect through the board action, but I'm not at liberty to speak on those.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple quick things. It does seem to me like the disconnect in terms of us not knowing about this is because there was money that we, and they're not paying attention to me right now, but that's okay. On the in between your department, Madam CFO, and the Sheriff's Department, in terms of this non-agency money that you're saying is now could be used to pay this, just so I understand why that money is sitting there. There was money in the original budget in the Sheriff's Office for double overtime, but then we rejected doing that. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes, Commissioner.
And so I guess what I'm wondering is why did that money land in the general fund and non-agency instead of in the sheriff's budget?
When we originally proposed it, it was there and identified specifically for jail overtime based on utilization. And because the board's authorization of that double overtime rate, I should back up and say it was for the double overtime at the jail, for the jail unit. And since the board's authorization for the double overtime rate had expired in the previous year, we placed it in non-agency pending the renewal of that, and then it would have been moved to the sheriff's office as it was needed.
It just seems to me that it would have been more straightforward if that money was already budgeted for something for the sheriff's office, that it be in the sheriff's budget, because it sounds like that would have solved at least part of this problem right off the bat, because when they went to put the invoices in, they could have selected wherever that 2.1 was sitting within their own budget and passed that on over to accounts payable. But it sounds like, and again, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here, but it sounds like what actually happened was they didn't know what to code it to, and they were wanting to work that out with y'all, but somehow, I don't know why that got delayed or what happened, but it just doesn't sound like there's a solid mechanism of communication when things like this come up. And it does, and I said this to y'all when we were meeting yesterday, I think there does seem to be, like, we do seem to have put ourselves a little too in the weeds, I think, with their, line by line spending, as in particular as it relates to the money that we put in that inmate services line item in the general fund and what we were going to pay out of it or not. And then this also seems like it falls into that same camp a little bit, where it is money that is available to them, was earmarked for them, albeit for a particular thing. But if I'm a constitutional officer and I'm the sheriff, it feels to me like I should be able to move money around within my budget. So even though it isn't able to be used for the double overtime, it still should be able to be used. Am I not getting that right?
It was our recommendation that it was there for the double overtime request that the sheriff had, been talking about during the budget process. So we did not move the money into the sheriff's budget because the board didn't enact and didn't act on the double overtime resolution that would allow for the double overtime, to take place. So I guess from our perspective, because they were put in the budget for that specific purpose, and then that was not approved, we did not view them necessarily as resources that were available to the sheriff for his use for any other purpose.
Yeah, but see, I guess that's exactly, so I am sort of getting it right, I think. So that is sort of exactly what I'm saying. It's like we're sort of making a line-by-line decision. Well, it was earmarked for this, we're not going to be able to use it for this, therefore they don't get to have it anymore. That's the part that feels like too in the weeds to me. I'm too in the line-by-line. Like, that money was allocated for them, they have an expense. Again, this is just from, 1,000 feet up looking down, this is what it looks like to me. That said, given that money was earmarked for specifically expenses for the sheriff, it seems logical to me that we would go ahead and use that, which you're already recommending, so no harm, no foul in that. But it does seem like we should go ahead and use that money to pay these bills. The question becomes, how do we improve the communication so that we don't get into a situation, like what can we do on this end, along with whatever they're doing on that end, to make the communication easier when bills come in. If they're not sure where they can pull it from, or if they're looking like something's going to go over budget, how do we improve that? What can we offer to kind of help build that bridge?
Commissioner Barrett, we have been meeting with the Sheriff's Department on a routine basis regarding the jail bridging plan. We could certainly add an opportunity to discuss operational, operational concerns that they have. But it is important that they work within the resources that ultimately the board does provide to them. So when I hear you say something like, if they have a bill that they can't pay, The only mechanism that we have would be to sound additional money to them through a budget amendment.
Right, but I mean.
Which we only set aside about $1 million a year for that purpose.
Not to interrupt you, but for example, the emergency money, that was spent because the kitchen was not functional is not something they could have known to budget for. So it does seem like that is something that should have been a budget sounding, no?
When that occurred, we allowed them to use the emergency P card in order to be able to provide the resources. This is sort of the cleanup after that in order to identify the funds to cover those costs, because their food service provider is actually the one that is to be providing the staff meals under the food service contract.
Okay, well, now I've gotten myself too far in the weeds. All right, well, I just think, I hear what you're saying. I certainly heard what Commissioner Ellis said about operating within their budget. I think they hear that as well. But I do think there's a communication breakdown too. And, if they're asking for our help, there's a problem, and it did not play out in a way I think that we would have all liked to see it play out. I think, as my fellow commissioners have said about, hearing things the first time in the news and all of that, what I'm asking is, what can we do to help facilitate the communication? And just scolding them is not it. So it needs to be more than that.
I mean, my suggestion would be the fundamental thing that could be done to better the process is if the sheriff's office comes with a crisp definition of what the gaps are, or what the issues are, and it's not a rolling reveal. I mean, what you have today is several weeks worth of discussion with the sheriff's office and the finance staff and myself to get to this. That's why it becomes more and more of an issue, and that would be the best anecdote for that problem, is you've got to be on top of what your budget is, on top of what the projections are, be able to communicate that in a concise fashion, not here's this problem, that problem, and this other problem, which is largely the conversations that we have. I'm not being critical, but that's the way to improve it. And then if we have that, we can bring that forward to you, or make any other adjustments that we can make within the authority that we have. But we can't do that if you can't define the problem. I mean, fixing a problem is defining it, step one.
Well, I think I hear what you're saying, and I think some of it is defined, and I know Commissioner Arrington brought this up, but I will again, when everything changed around the inmate welfare fund, we took on, by choice, in the general fund, saying, well, we're going to pay for certain things that used to get paid for in the inmate welfare fund. To me, those things should have been put back into their budget, and they should have been able to pay for those directly, instead of us making some sort of granting decision about which of those things we would pay and which we wouldn't, based on a criteria that doesn't really exist anymore because the resolution that created all of that is gone. All this to say, I hope we get it right in the 2025 budget. I still am not clear on exactly how we resolve what is happening throughout the rest of the year in terms of what bills they're going to have, what commitments are outstanding. I do think we have some clarity around this $2 million. I mean, I don't hear anybody saying we shouldn't pay for it the way you are recommending.
You haven't heard from everybody yet.
Well, I get that.
Okay, thank you.
We vote from almost everybody. But I haven't heard anybody strongly say that that was not an option. I think we agree that we have obligations, we have to pay for them, but I'm not sure I quite yet, and this is, I guess, why it's good to have discussion, but I'm not quite sure yet that we have a good resolution of how to get from September 1 to December 31 with the remaining expenses that we're going to have. So I don't know that there's an answer for that right now, but maybe that's something that y'all can come up with over the next couple of weeks and bring to us at our next meeting. Did you want to add something, Michael?
I will say that in addition to my comments and Commissioner's responses about collaboration, we can do a better job of collaborating with county administration as far as us getting them information. The county administration has done very well by us as far as assisting in a lot of different emergency efforts and otherwise. And they notified us of the discrepancy late last year in the budget process. And so I have to acknowledge that because they have been of assistance. We can better, we're good partners and collaborators with the county administration, but we can be better. And as Ms. Whitmore said, we already meet, I think it's bi-weekly regarding the jail bridging plan, and we can expand that somewhat to talk further operationally for certain things, but there's always room for improvement, and I accept that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, let me say thank you to both of you for standing here before us today. Michael, you have provided numerous solutions, but unfortunately, I think a lot of them weren't heard because I kept hearing the same questions asked of you repeatedly, even after you provided solutions. So just want to let you know, I did hear you, and you had some great solutions. Earlier, a lot of the things that were said here today really made me think back to the Senate subcommittee's recent recommendations. There was so much said here that I just had to go and pull it because it was nagging at me. I feel like I heard it before, and I did. Like, for instance, when my colleague mentioned that it just really doesn't look good for us to, publicly look like we have a bad relationship between this body and the sheriff. And I felt like I heard that before, and I did, because in this, it is called the Draft Summary of Recommendations of the Senate Public Safety Subcommittee on the Fulton County Jail. And the committee members were Senator Randy Robertson, who's the chairman, Senator John Albers, Senator Sonia Halpern, Senator Brian Strickland, Senator Chuck Payne, and Senator Tim Bearden. And there was a line in here that I know I heard this before, and I found it, and it said, "The public and private relationship between the county commissioners and sheriff has been tenuous, unprofessional, and not the conduct the citizens should expect. Weekly professional meetings should take place to improve the relationship, trust, and spirit of teamwork to solve the problems." So when it was said earlier, I think by one of my other colleagues, about maybe we should meet weekly or bi-weekly, or at least there should be some meeting between finance, this was actually written in that recommendation. So it is agreed upon by many. Also, what struck me was it made me have a question, because I heard one of my colleagues say that we gift you your budget. And that was something I had never heard before, ever. And I want to make sure it's clear that I never known us to gift it. I thought it was our required duty as a body to approve a balanced budget, and that included the sheriff's budget. So I just want to ask Madam CFO, Mr. County Manager, Madam County Attorney, anyone who could answer that question, if are we gifting them their budget? Anyone can jump in.
The board approves their budget and provides them with the resources. Gifting, I'm not sure is a technical term, but I would say it's a budget approval or an award would be or appropriation.
Okay.
One of those.
Thank you, because when I heard that, kind of perked up, because I'd never heard it stated in that manner. And also, based on the commentary that has taken place today, it made me think back to one of these other items that says the Fulton County Sheriff's Office and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office establish policies and procedures related to requests for proposals that include involving the Fulton County Finance Department as advisors in selecting contractors for special needs and services not specifically provided for or requested in their annual budgets. And so that goes back to much of the commentary earlier from various members of this body concerning these contractors and everything. It's very clear here that they recommend that the Sheriff's Department utilize the Finance Department as advisors. And advisors means that they provide advice. Advice meaning guidance or recommendations offered with regard to prudent future action. And prudent meaning acting with and showing care and thought for the future. So that would resolve that issue. And then some comments led me to the recommendation that the county commission should work with the sheriff to benchmark best practices and industry standards to create and pass a transparent and reasonable budget. And once passed, provide oversight and not micromanage of the budget or operations of the sheriff. I think this is pretty good because everything that we've discussed today pretty much has been provided as a recommendation from the Senate subcommittee. And so I think we have a very good guide to help us, and it's just something we need to act on. Thank you all for your time and for your comments. Appreciate you.
Commissioner Arrington.
All right, so I heard that the food provider is supposed to provide the staff meals, yet we had to go spend $100,000. So are they gonna pay that back?
Well, we also have to provide the,
Or do we get a credit for that? 111,000 off of what we owe them since we had to, they were unable to provide it and we had to go get it from somewhere else?
so I'm gonna let Ms. Joyner speak on that because she manages our contracts.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Actually, it was not that the food vendor could not provide the meals. It was that our facility would not allow them to provide the meals. They were ready to cook and deliver the meals. We didn't have the equipment or, gas leaks that weren't occurring.
All right.
So it's
send me
that's
that
a-
contract. I need to see how that's written up because I don't, either they supposed to provide it or they not.
Well, they certainly are. They certainly are supposed to provide it, but it's kind of the impossibility, right? If they cannot use the kitchen, that we are responsible for having a fully functional kitchen, then, one could argue that perhaps it is that they can't perform because we stopped them from performing by.
Well, I would say that was an act of God. I don't think we stopped them. I don't think we, I mean, I would also want to see the plan going forward. I want to know that in our contracts going forward, that there is a provision that either gives us credit. If we've got to go out and spend another $100,000, we need a credit off of what we owe them, or they need to reimburse us, one or the other.
Agreed.
And so, because right now we're about 100,000 some odd short on what y'all need, and that could be it right there. But, perhaps the contract is not written that way, but, we need to try to guard against that in the future. I would hate, he just said 4 more boilers went down, so we got to go buy another $100,000 worth of food, and we need to guard against either they provide them or they don't.
Agreed.
Whether our equipment is working or not, peanut butter and jelly, something. But we can't. We're virtually paying twice for those meals, right? And so we need some type of plan so that we do not have to do that again either. Thank you.
All right, anything else? All right, so you're asking for 5.9 today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. This was a discussion. What's your pleasure? You want to add something else?
Chairman, with all due respect, I know they asked for 5.9 today, but in good conscience, I could not support that amount. From what I heard, it sounded like it may be a fourth of that, but for me, I would need a little bit more information to support. Like I said in my earliest comments, I don't want this to be adversarial, but in my opinion, we're stewards of the taxpayer dollars. So I want a concrete number for emergency purposes only in order to vote on. That's what I would need.
Commissioner Arrington?
I would just make a motion to approve for today the 2.137 that Finance has authorized, at least get that to them, and then maybe in a couple of weeks we can circle back and continue to work on figure out how we get the rest of it.
All right, the motion to approve 2.17?
Yeah, and I think this money is already in non-agency, was already allocated for a sheriff's office for overtime, according to Ms. Whitmore. So it's basically just making this money available to them so that, you know, until we can get back and maybe talk about the other 3 million or 3.6, I guess it is, or something. But, you know, this should at least be a stopgap.
Okay. All right, the motion on the floor by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hawk. Ms. Berry, you want to be heard? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 2 nays.
All right. Yes.
So what do you want to do then, for those of you that voted no, about the more immediate need of paying these bills? Because I feel like we just left them with no way to pay bills that we have to pay, and we didn't really make a decision.
That's not true. They have money in their budget. Ellis made a great case for that. So
Well,
anything,
okay.
You got another motion?
No, but I'd like to ask some questions then, because our county manager recommended a particular funding line of where to get the money so we could pay these bills, and we just said no to it. So what are we going to do? What are they supposed to do
Would you
now?
like for me to speak on behalf of my no? Because I have no problem. Even though you're not the sheriff, I'm more than happy to tell you why I voted no. One reason, the sheriff is not here. I have further questions. It does not mean I will not approve it. What it means is I need to have a conversation with the sheriff. And upon having that conversation with the sheriff, now remember, for almost 2 years, we're talking about a year and a half, the sheriff told me money was accidentally spent that shouldn't have been spent out of a particular area, and it was spent. That's his words, not mine. So I need to have a conversation with the sheriff. I need to get a few questions answered for a favorable vote. Do you have a problem with that, Commissioner?
You vote however you want. I just don't
I'm just saying,
understand what
because you asked the question about my no vote for the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County. So since you asked the question publicly in front of everybody, I want to publicly give my answer, which is I will have the questions that I need to ask that I think is beneficial for the taxpaying citizens, and I will revisit this for a favorable vote.
All right.
Vice Chair, no disrespect. My question was really about whether or not, what is the direction to the county
Your
management
question
team?
was, we voted no.
Commissioners?
Right, and why,
Commissioners,
what is
And
the
so I
direction?
gave you an answer as to why I voted no.
Commissioners, please. That motion failed. Anything?
Chairman, with all due respect, I just want to give 2 things I would like for this body to recognize, not with you all. Thank you, I appreciate you all. One, I just wanted a moment of quick silence. We had 4 individuals to die today in a shooting here in Georgia. And I think we could give them a moment of silence. I know everybody wants to leave, but if we could give them a moment of silence, just out of respect that 4 people lost their lives, Chairman.
Thank you.
I would like to do that.
All right. Thank you.
The last thing, County Manager and Dr. Rochelle, I did not want the citizens that came down here earlier with the concern about the art teacher. So I didn't want you, I didn't want to belabor the point and you all to go in it, but it is being worked. We're trying to find a solution. It is not that we're not taking care of it. You all were already doing something because I heard over this weekend I got calls about it. So I know that you were working on it, but the public didn't know. So if you could just quickly just speak to it, Dr. Rochelle, I would appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Vice Chair. So earlier today, we did have several members of the public bring their concerns about the arts instructors and classes at our 4 multipurpose facilities. The first thing that I would like to say is that every facility will continue to receive arts services. The solution or the problem that we were trying to solve is that the Benson Center had a longtime staff member to retire. That left a gap in the service provision at that center. And so for a short period of time, October through December, the Arts Center staff at the other 3 multipurpose facilities, those are the Darnell facility, the Mills facility, and the Bowden facility, will provide arts classes 1 day a week each in order to help fill that gap. The other solution that we are going to implement is that David Manuel's team, the Department of Arts and Culture, will also provide 2 service levels. One, there are several trained artists in the Department of Arts and Culture that will provide classes, and Arts and Culture also has a contract provision in their department that will allow them to contract with individual artists who we will also deploy at the Benson Center to provide those classes. So, Madam Vice Chair, you're right. We were made aware of the issue. We have been working on that problem, and we want to ensure that all 4 of our facilities will have access to arts services during this next cycle of classes, which will be October through December. Our goal is to fill the vacant position at Benson by December so that we can then revert back to normal operations, which is each of those 3 instructors, the one that will do 1 day at Benson from Darnell, the one that will do 1 day at Benson from Mills, and 1 day a week from Bowden, will then not provide that 1 day a week because we will have the person on staff at Benson.
So this is just a temporary measure to make sure that we have ongoing art classes throughout the entire Fulton County. It's just temporary. I know that you've got recruitment going on
Yes,
and
ma'am.
everything, but it is temporary. And I think, some of the information that got out there was incorrect.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I thought it was better that we address it today because they have not stopped calling my office. So I wanted to openly ask for the Fulton County seniors to please have patience with us as we work through this recruitment and making sure that everybody get the services
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
art teacher.
Thank you for the
So,
opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate you indulging me.
Any other matters to come before us today? All right. We are adjourned. Thank you.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.